Welcome to Self-Unlocked, the space where cutting-edge science meets ancient wisdom to help you unlock your true potential. Today, we're diving deep into the most fascinating organ in the universe, your brain, and how understanding it can transform the way you think, feel, and live. If you've ever wondered why your thoughts seem to run wild, why some memories stick while others vanish, or how your emotions shape your decisions, this video is for you. We're going to explore how your brain really works, from the firing of neurons that create your thoughts and memories, to the emotional circuits that govern your reactions, to the brain waves that control your focus, creativity, and calm. We'll uncover the science behind neuroplasticity, showing you how your brain can literally rewire itself for success, happiness, and clarity. You'll learn why sleep is not optional, how dopamine drives your motivation, and how meditation physically changes your neural pathways. By the end of this video, you'll not only understand the inner workings of your mind, but also gain practical insights on how to harness your brain's hidden potential, from enhancing memory, mastering focus, and regulating emotions, to tapping into the flow state where your mind and body perform at their peak. Before we jump in, I want to thank every one of you, our subscribers, viewers, and those who comment, like, and share these videos. You're not just watching. You're part of a community committed to self-mastery, consciousness, and transformation. So make sure you stay until the end, because what you're about to discover could literally change the way you think, feel, and experience life. Are you ready to unlock your mind? Let's begin. Every memory begins with a spark, a single moment, a fleeting experience, a thought that the brain decides is worth remembering. This initial step, known as encoding, is the process by which your brain transforms experiences into a form that can be stored and later recalled. Encoding is far from passive. It is an active, complex process that involves multiple brain regions, networks of neurons, and chemical signals. At the most basic level, memory encoding begins with neurons, the fundamental building blocks of the brain. Neurons communicate through tiny gaps called synapses, sending electrical and chemical signals that represent information. When you experience something, a breathtaking sunset, the taste of chocolate, or a profound idea, thousands of neurons fire in coordinated patterns. These patterns form the foundation of a memory. The more neurons involved and the stronger their connections, the more robust the memory is likely to be. One of the key processes in encoding is synaptic plasticity, the brain's ability to strengthen or weaken connections between neurons based on activity. When neurons fire together repeatedly, their connection strengthens, a phenomenon known as Hebbian learning, often summarized as neurons that fire together wire together. This strengthening is essential for forming lasting memories, turning fleeting experiences into retrievable information. Attention plays a critical role in determining which experiences are encoded. The human brain is bombarded with sensory information every second, but it cannot store everything. Focus and attention act as a filter, selecting which stimuli are meaningful enough to encode. For example, you might vividly remember a friend's wedding but forget the color of the car you passed on the way there. Attention ensures that what is important or emotionally significant gets prioritized for memory storage. Emotion is another powerful amplifier of memory encoding. The amygdala, the brain's emotional center, works in tandem with the hippocampus, which is crucial for forming new memories. Highly emotional experiences, whether joyful or traumatic, trigger the release of chemicals like adrenaline and cortisol, which enhance the brain's ability to encode these moments. This is why you may clearly recall your first kiss or a frightening accident years later, while more mundane events fade into obscurity. Memory is also categorized into different types during encoding. Sensory memory captures fleeting impressions of the world for a few seconds, like the sound of a car horn or the flash of a passing bird. Short-term memory holds information temporarily, typically for a few seconds to minutes, allowing you to remember a phone number long enough to dial it. Long-term memory is where encoding truly becomes transformative, as the brain works to consolidate and stabilize information for months, years, or even a lifetime. Interestingly, memory encoding is not always perfect. The brain is prone to errors and distortions, often influenced by prior knowledge, expectations, or context. This malleability is why memories can shift over time or why two people can remember the same event differently. The birth of a memory is an intricate dance between neurons, synapses, attention, and emotion. From the first spark of experience to the strengthening of neural connections, encoding transforms fleeting moments into the foundation of who we are. Understanding how memories are encoded not only illuminates the remarkable power of the human brain, but also opens the door to improving learning, emotional intelligence, and self-awareness. Memory is not stored in a single location within the brain. Instead, it is distributed across multiple regions, each specialized for different types of information. From remembering facts and events to recalling emotions and skills, the brain orchestrates a complex network that ensures our experiences are encoded, consolidated, and retrievable when needed. Understanding these brain structures provides a window into how memory works and why it can sometimes fail. At the center of memory formation is the hippocampus, often described as the brain's librarian. Located deep within the temporal lobe, the hippocampus is essential for forming new memories, especially episodic memories, which are personal experiences situated in time and place. Without a functional hippocampus, a person can experience anterograde amnesia, the inability to form new memories, although past long-term memories may remain intact. The hippocampus acts as a temporary storage site, organizing information before it is sent for long-term storage in the cortex. The cerebral cortex plays a key role in storing long-term memories, particularly semantic memories, which are facts, concepts, and general knowledge. Unlike episodic memories, which are tied to personal experience, semantic memories are distributed throughout the cortex in a networked manner. For example, your understanding of a city's landmarks, historical events, or the rules of a game is stored across multiple cortical areas, integrating sensory, spatial, and conceptual information. This distribution makes long-term memory highly resilient but also vulnerable to partial loss if certain cortical regions are damaged. Emotionally charged memories rely heavily on the amygdala, a small almond-shaped structure adjacent to the hippocampus. The amygdala evaluates the emotional significance of experiences and modulates how strongly they are encoded. This is why traumatic events, such as accidents or threats, are often remembered with remarkable clarity. The amygdala signals to the hippocampus that these events are important, releasing hormones like adrenaline that strengthen memory formation. Positive emotional experiences are also enhanced in this way, reinforcing connections between the amygdala and hippocampus. For skills and habits, known as procedural memories, other brain regions take the lead. The cerebellum and basal ganglia are crucial for motor learning and coordination. These structures allow you to ride a bike, play an instrument, or type on a keyboard without consciously recalling each movement. Procedural memory is implicit. You perform actions effortlessly once learned, even if you cannot articulate the exact steps involved. Memory retrieval, the act of recalling stored information, relies on a dynamic interplay among these regions. The hippocampus acts as a pointer, helping the cortex reconstruct the details of an experience. Emotional tone from the amygdala adds vividness and significance, while procedural memories may be triggered automatically by context or repetition. This networked approach is why memories are rarely perfect replicas of events. They are reconstructions influenced by multiple brain regions, context, and prior knowledge. The distributed nature of memory also explains why brain damage affects memory differently depending on the region. Damage to the hippocampus may prevent the formation of new memories but leave older ones intact. Cortical damage can erase specific knowledge, while amygdala injury can flatten emotional memory. The brain's redundancy and interconnectedness, however, allow it to compensate and adapt in remarkable ways. Memory is a collaborative effort of specialized brain structures. The hippocampus organizes new experiences, the cortex stores knowledge, the amygdala imbues emotion, and the cerebellum and basal ganglia manage skills. Together, these regions create the rich tapestry of human memory, allowing us to learn, adapt, and navigate the world. Understanding where memories live illuminates not only how we remember, but also why memories can be so vivid, so selective, and sometimes so fleeting. Forming a memory is only the beginning of the brain's remarkable process. Encoding an experience transforms it into a neural pattern, but that pattern is fragile and can easily fade if not strengthened. This is where memory consolidation comes into play, the process by which short-term memories are stabilized and transformed into long-term memories. Consolidation ensures that important experiences are preserved, integrated, and retrievable, while trivial information can be discarded to maintain mental efficiency. Memory consolidation occurs on two levels: synaptic consolidation and systems consolidation. Synaptic consolidation happens within hours of learning. It involves biochemical changes at the synapse, where neurons communicate. These changes strengthen the connections between neurons, a process essential for making the memory more durable. For example, if you meet someone new and learn their name, synaptic consolidation helps your brain solidify the neural pathways associated with that name so it sticks in your mind. Systems consolidation, on the other hand, occurs over longer periods, weeks, months, or even years. During this process, memories initially stored in the hippocampus are gradually reorganized and integrated into the cortex. This transition allows the memory to become more stable and less reliant on the hippocampus. That is why you might recall an event from your childhood years later, even if the details have shifted slightly. The core memory has been transferred and woven into your broader network of knowledge. Sleep plays a crucial role in memory consolidation, acting as the brain's internal organizer and processor. During slow-wave sleep, SWS, also known as deep sleep, the hippocampus replays recent experiences in a compressed and repeated manner. This replay strengthens the synaptic connections formed during learning, helping transfer memories to long-term storage in the cortex. In essence, deep sleep acts like a nightly rehearsal for your brain, ensuring that important information is cemented while trivial details fade away. REM sleep, the stage associated with vivid dreaming, further enhances memory by integrating emotional content and connecting new information with existing knowledge. During REM sleep, the brain not only strengthens memory traces but also reorganizes them in ways that improve problem-solving, creativity, and emotional understanding. This is why a good night's sleep often helps you approach challenges with fresh insights or remember something you struggled to learn the day before. The quality of sleep dramatically affects memory retention. Poor sleep or irregular sleep patterns can impair both synaptic and systems consolidation, leaving you more prone to forgetting. Studies have shown that even short-term sleep deprivation can reduce hippocampal activity, making it harder to encode new memories and recall existing ones. Conversely, consistent, restorative sleep enhances learning, strengthens memory, and improves overall cognitive performance. Beyond sleep, repetition and emotional engagement also enhance consolidation. Memories that are rehearsed, revisited, or tied to meaningful experiences are more likely to survive the brain's natural pruning process. Conversely, memories that are ignored or deemed unimportant may weaken and eventually fade. In this way, consolidation is selective, allowing the brain to optimize memory storage for relevance and significance. Memory consolidation transforms fragile, short-term experiences into stable, long-term knowledge. Synaptic and systems consolidation work in tandem, while sleep, especially slow-wave and REM stages, acts as a natural amplifier, strengthening and integrating memories. Repetition and emotional significance further ensure that what matters most is retained, while unimportant details are discarded. Understanding this process reveals why sleep, focus, and meaningful engagement are not just beneficial but essential for memory, learning, and cognitive health. While we often view forgetting as a flaw, it is actually one of the brain's most vital functions. Memory is not simply about storing every experience forever. It is about prioritizing, filtering, and maintaining information that is relevant. Forgetting allows the brain to avoid overload, maintain efficiency, and focus on what truly matters. In this sense, forgetting is not a failure. It is a sophisticated cleanup mechanism that keeps our minds functional and adaptive. One of the primary ways the brain forgets is through synaptic pruning. Just as neurons strengthen certain connections to solidify important memories, unused or weak synapses are eliminated over time. This pruning process allows the brain to optimize its network, improving efficiency and making it easier to learn new information. Imagine your brain as a garden. Strong, healthy connections flourish, while weeds and dead branches are removed to make room for growth. Without pruning, the brain would quickly become cluttered, slowing cognitive performance and impairing learning. Another mechanism of forgetting is memory decay, the natural fading of memories over time. Memories that are rarely recalled or rehearsed tend to weaken gradually. This applies to both short-term and long-term memories. For example, you might remember the name of a classmate from years ago if you frequently think about them, but forget the names of dozens of people you met briefly once. Decay is a normal part of memory's life cycle, allowing the brain to discard irrelevant or obsolete information. Interference is another common factor in forgetting. Memories can compete with one another, and sometimes new information disrupts older memories or similar memories overlap, making recall difficult. For instance, learning a new phone number may temporarily interfere with your recall of an old one. Interference demonstrates that memory is not a static repository but a dynamic network in which retrieval depends on context and competition between stored information. Interestingly, the brain also employs motivated forgetting, actively suppressing memories that are emotionally painful or traumatic. This defense mechanism can help protect mental health by reducing stress, anxiety, or trauma-related distress. Psychologists refer to this as repression, where certain experiences are rendered less accessible to conscious awareness. While repression can shield the mind from immediate pain, it can sometimes make it harder to recall and process these events later. Forgetting is not merely random, it is selective and purposeful. The brain prioritizes information that is relevant, meaningful, or frequently used while discarding details that are less significant. Emotional and personal relevance heavily influence what is retained. Positive or negative experiences that carry strong emotional weight are more likely to persist, while mundane events are more likely to be forgotten. This selectivity ensures that memory remains efficient, adaptive, and aligned with survival and learning. At the molecular level, forgetting involves processes like long-term depression, LTD, which weakens synaptic connections. Just as long-term potentiation, LTP, strengthens connections to solidify memories, LTD reduces synaptic strength, allowing the brain to erase unnecessary information. This delicate balance between remembering and forgetting is essential for cognitive flexibility, allowing us to learn, adapt, and respond to new challenges. Forgetting is an essential part of the brain's memory system. Through synaptic pruning, decay, interference, and motivated forgetting, the brain maintains a dynamic balance, preserving what is meaningful while eliminating what is unnecessary. Forgetting is not a weakness. It is a sophisticated, adaptive mechanism that ensures memory serves our learning, decision-making, and survival. Understanding this cleanup process reveals that memory is not just about accumulation, but about efficient, purposeful management of information, highlighting the brain's incredible ability to prioritize and adapt. Memory is not just a mental phenomenon, it is a molecular one. At its core, remembering and forgetting are processes governed by the intricate interplay of neurons, synapses, neurotransmitters, and proteins. Understanding the molecular mechanics behind memory reveals how the brain translates fleeting experiences into lasting knowledge and, conversely, how it erases information that is no longer needed. The foundation of memory lies in the synapse, the tiny junction where neurons communicate. When one neuron sends an electrical signal to another, it releases chemical messengers called neurotransmitters, which bind to receptors on the receiving neuron. This communication creates a chain reaction of electrical and chemical activity, representing information in a form the brain can store. One of the most critical mechanisms for memory formation is long-term potentiation, LTP. LTP strengthens the connections between neurons, making it easier for them to fire together in the future. Repeated activation of a neural pathway reinforces the synaptic connection, essentially writing a memory into the brain. For example, if you repeatedly practice a skill or recall a fact, the corresponding neural circuits become more efficient, which is why practice improves retention. LTP is considered a cornerstone of learning and long-term memory formation. Neurotransmitters play a pivotal role in determining which memories are encoded and how strongly. Glutamate, the brain's primary excitatory neurotransmitter, is essential for synaptic plasticity and LTP. Dopamine, often associated with reward, signals the importance of an experience, making it more likely to be remembered. Acetylcholine is another key player, involved in attention, learning, and memory consolidation. The precise orchestration of these chemicals ensures that memories are encoded efficiently and meaningfully. Beyond neurotransmitters, protein synthesis and gene expression are crucial for stabilizing memories. After a memory is initially encoded, neurons must produce specific proteins that strengthen synaptic connections. This involves activating certain genes to generate structural proteins, enzymes, and receptors that reinforce the memory trace. Without this molecular support, memories remain fragile and prone to decay. Just as memories are written at the molecular level, they can also be erased or weakened. The brain uses processes like long-term depression, LTD, to reduce the strength of synaptic connections. LTD selectively weakens neural pathways that are less frequently used, effectively erasing memories that are no longer relevant. This is how old habits can be unlearned and why certain details naturally fade over time. Memory erasure is not purely passive, it can also be actively regulated. The brain may suppress traumatic or stressful memories to protect mental health, a mechanism supported by molecular changes that reduce synaptic activity in circuits associated with those memories. Similarly, forgetting irrelevant information prevents cognitive overload, allowing the brain to prioritize learning and adaptation. In essence, memory is a dynamic molecular dance. Electrical signals, chemical messengers, gene expression, and protein synthesis work in harmony to write, stabilize, and sometimes erase the information that defines who we are. Every thought, skill, and experience leaves a molecular imprint on your brain, and the delicate balance between potentiation and depression determines which memories endure and which fade. By understanding these molecular mechanics, we gain insight into the brain's incredible ability to learn, adapt, and evolve. Memory is not merely a collection of past experiences. It is a living, constantly reshaping network that reflects the intricate molecular symphony playing out in billions of neurons every second of your life. Memory is not a purely mechanical process. It is deeply intertwined with emotion and personal meaning, which shape how experiences are encoded, stored, and recalled. The The brain does not treat all memories equally. Some fade quickly, while others remain vivid for decades. Emotion and meaning act as a natural amplifier, determining which moments are etched permanently into our neural networks. The amygdala, a small almond-shaped structure in the brain, plays a central role in this process. It evaluates the emotional significance of an experience and interacts closely with the hippocampus, the brain's primary memory-forming hub. When an event triggers a strong emotional response, whether fear, joy, anger, or surprise, the amygdala releases neurotransmitters like adrenaline and cortisol. These chemicals heighten the brain's alertness and enhance synaptic connections, making it more likely that the memory will be encoded deeply. This explains why emotionally charged events, such as a first love, a major achievement, or a traumatic accident, are remembered with striking clarity. Emotion also affects memory retrieval. Memories tied to strong feelings are easier to access and often more detailed. In contrast, neutral or mundane events may be difficult to recall because they lack the emotional anchor that guides attention and strengthens neural connections. The emotional intensity of a memory creates a kind of imprint, signaling to the brain that this information is important and worth retaining. Beyond raw emotion, personal meaning plays a crucial role in memory retention. Experiences that connect to one's identity, values, or life goals are more likely to be remembered. For instance, a lesson that directly relates to your career, a pivotal decision in a relationship, or a defining life challenge will leave a stronger impression than an unrelated fact or trivial observation. The brain prioritizes information that is relevant to survival, growth, or social belonging, ensuring that memories serve both functional and psychological purposes. Interestingly, emotion and meaning can also distort memory. Highly emotional events may be remembered vividly but not always accurately. The brain tends to reconstruct memories during recall, often influenced by beliefs, expectations, and context. This is why two people can recall the same event differently, or why details of a past experience can shift over time, even if the core emotional tone remains intact. Emotion shapes memory not just in what we remember, but in how we remember it. Emotion also influences how memories are integrated. During REM sleep, emotional experiences are often replayed and linked with existing knowledge and memories, creating patterns of understanding and insight. This process helps us make sense of experiences, extract meaning, and sometimes even generate creativity. A vivid dream, for instance, may not be an exact replay of reality, but it can reinforce emotionally significant memories and integrate them into our broader life narrative. Emotion and meaning act as the brain's natural filters, determining which experiences are preserved and which fade. They ensure that memory is not just a catalog of events, but a living archive of what truly matters. By amplifying relevant experiences, providing emotional context, and connecting new information to existing knowledge, these forces transform simple neural patterns into memories that guide behavior, shape identity, and define human experience. Understanding this relationship reveals a profound truth. Memory is not merely a storage system, but a reflection of our values, priorities, and emotional landscape. Every memory we retain, every detail we forget, is shaped not just by neurons and molecules, but by what we care about, what moves us, and what gives our lives meaning. Memory has always fascinated scientists, philosophers, and educators, and modern neuroscience has opened doors to understanding, enhancing, and even manipulating recall in ways that were once the realm of science fiction. Today, research is revealing how we can improve memory, intervene in the retention of traumatic experiences, and influence how memories are consolidated and retrieved. One of the most well-studied approaches to enhancing memory is through cognitive techniques. Methods such as spaced repetition, mnemonics, and chunking leverage the brain's natural encoding and consolidation mechanisms. Spaced repetition, for example, involves reviewing information at increasingly longer intervals, which strengthens synaptic connections and reinforces long-term potentiation, LTP. Mnemonics create meaningful associations, making information easier to encode, while chunking organizes complex data into manageable chunks, aiding both short-term and long-term recall. These strategies exploit the brain's inherent plasticity, allowing us to maximize retention efficiently. Sleep is another critical factor in memory enhancement. As discussed in earlier sections, both slow-wave sleep and REM sleep play pivotal roles in consolidating memories. Studies have shown that optimizing sleep patterns, ensuring sufficient duration, consistency, and quality, dramatically improves memory retention, problem-solving abilities, and creativity. Napping strategically after learning sessions can also facilitate consolidation, giving the hippocampus and cortex time to process and integrate new information. Modern neuroscience has also begun exploring pharmacological approaches to memory enhancement. Certain drugs and supplements influence neurotransmitters, synaptic plasticity, and neurogenesis, potentially improving memory performance. For instance, compounds that increase acetylcholine activity can enhance learning and recall, while other interventions may target dopamine pathways to strengthen reward-based memory formation. However, these approaches remain experimental, and the ethical and long-term implications of chemically altering memory are still under intense scrutiny. Beyond enhancement, scientists are investigating ways to manipulate or suppress specific memories with profound therapeutic potential. Techniques such as propranolol administration shortly after a traumatic event can dampen the emotional intensity of the memory, reducing symptoms of PTSD. Similarly, optogenetics, a cutting-edge method used primarily in animal studies, allows researchers to activate or suppress specific neural circuits associated with certain memories. While these techniques are still largely experimental, they suggest the possibility of selectively modifying memory in humans, potentially alleviating trauma or maladaptive behavioral patterns. Brain stimulation technologies are another frontier in memory research. Transcranial magnetic stimulation, TMS, and transcranial direct current stimulation, TDCS, can non-invasively enhance activity in targeted brain regions, improving memory recall and learning efficiency. Early studies indicate that these methods can enhance working memory, facilitate long-term learning, and even modulate emotional aspects of memory. These interventions highlight the incredible malleability of the human brain, revealing memory as a dynamic process that can be shaped by both biological and environmental factors. Importantly, these advances raise profound ethical and philosophical questions. Memory defines identity, shapes personal narrative, and influences behavior. The ability to enhance, erase, or manipulate memories challenges our understanding of self, responsibility, and human experience. While the potential to improve learning or reduce trauma is extraordinary, it also underscores the need for careful ethical oversight. Modern science is illuminating both the power and flexibility of memory. Cognitive strategies, sleep optimization, pharmacology, and advanced brain technologies all demonstrate that memory is not fixed. It is dynamic, malleable, and profoundly influenced by internal and external factors. As we continue to explore these frontiers, we gain not only practical tools to enhance learning and well-being, but also deeper insight into what makes us human. Our memories, our experiences, and the intricate neural dance that preserves them. Memory is one of the brain's most extraordinary capabilities. It allows us to learn from the past, shape our identity, navigate the present, and imagine the future. Through memory, we preserve knowledge, skills, and experiences, creating a rich tapestry of who we are. Memories connect us to loved ones, guide our decisions, and inspire creativity. They are the foundation of human consciousness, enabling us to understand ourselves and the world around us. Yet, memory is not infallible. It is remarkably fragile, subject to distortion, decay, and erasure. Memories can fade over time, blend with other experiences, or be reshaped by emotion and context. The same neural systems that preserve memories also allow them to be altered or lost, highlighting the delicate balance between retention and forgetting. Even vivid recollections are often reconstructions rather than perfect recordings of reality, shaped by perception, expectation, and meaning. This dual nature, powerful yet fragile, is what makes memory both fascinating and essential. Forgetting is as important as remembering, allowing the brain to prioritize, adapt, and maintain efficiency. Emotion and significance determine which experiences are etched permanently and which are discarded, ensuring that memory serves both survival and personal growth. Modern science continues to uncover the molecular, structural, and functional mechanisms underlying memory, revealing its dynamic and malleable nature. Ultimately, memory is a living archive, constantly evolving as we experience, learn, and reflect. It is a reminder that our minds are not static storage devices but active, adaptive systems. By understanding the power and fragility of memory, we gain insight into what makes us human. Our thoughts, our emotions, our experiences, and the delicate threads that weave the story of our lives. Survival, carved into our biology by the relentless pressures of evolution. Every fear, every spark of joy, every surge of anger carries within it the echo of our ancestors' struggles to live, protect, and reproduce. Emotions as survival mechanisms. At their core, emotions are adaptive responses. Imagine a prehistoric human encountering a predator on the savannah. There is no time to think through options or debate logically what to do. Instead, fear surges instantly, heart pounding, muscles tightening, breath quickening. This emotion drives immediate action. Fight, flee, or freeze. Those who experienced this rapid, automatic response had a better chance of surviving and passing on their genes. Similarly, anger evolved as a mechanism for defense and competition. When resources were scarce or social boundaries threatened, anger prepared the body for confrontation. On the other hand, love and affection developed to promote bonding between parents and children and later between mates. Without the emotional pull of attachment, human offspring, who are born more dependent than most animals, would not have survived. Darwin's insight. Charles Darwin was one of the first to propose that emotions are not random but deeply rooted in biology. In his 1872 book, The Expression of the Emotions in Man and Animals, he argued that facial expressions, smiling, frowning, raising the eyebrows, are universal signals inherited from our evolutionary past. A smile, for example, may have originated as a non-threatening gesture, while baring teeth in anger resembles animal displays of dominance. Darwin's observations suggested that emotions predate language as a form of communication. Long before humans could speak, emotions allowed them to warn others of danger, express submission, or signal readiness for cooperation. This universality is still evident today. Even babies born blind from birth smile, cry, and frown in the same way as sighted children, showing that emotional expression is biologically programmed rather than learned. Ancient brain structures. Modern neuroscience confirms Darwin's intuition. Many emotional processes are governed by ancient brain regions, particularly the limbic system, which includes the amygdala, hippocampus, and hypothalamus. These areas are shared across mammals and even reptiles, suggesting emotions are far older than humanity itself. For instance, the amygdala's role in fear is so deeply ingrained that animals from rats to humans display similar responses to threats. In experiments, Rats emit ultrasonic laughter when tickled, and dogs wag their tails with joy, behaviors that hint at a continuity of emotional life across species. Emotions, then, are not uniquely human. They are part of a biological heritage stretching back through the tree of life. Social emotions and cooperation. But while basic emotions like fear, anger, and pleasure are common across animals, humans evolved a richer emotional palette due to our highly social nature. Living in groups required not just survival instincts but mechanisms for cooperation, trust, and empathy. Emotions such as guilt, shame, and pride may seem abstract, but they serve vital social functions. Guilt encourages individuals to repair relationships after wrongdoing. Pride motivates achievement and signals competence. Empathy fosters understanding and support within groups. These emotions helped humans build complex societies, bound together not just by logic but by shared feelings. Evolutionary psychologists argue that these social emotions acted as glue, ensuring group cohesion. A tribe where members felt empathy and loyalty was more likely to thrive than one where individuals acted purely in self-interest. In this sense, emotions are not only about survival of the individual but also survival of the community. Beyond survival, the expansion of meaning. As humans developed language, art, and culture, emotions expanded beyond survival and social coordination into the realm of meaning. Fear no longer applied only to predators. It could be projected onto abstract threats like death or the unknown. Love extended beyond family ties to include ideals, gods, and nations. Joy became tied not just to food or mating but to music, storytelling, and beauty. This expansion shows that emotions, while grounded in biology, are flexible. They evolved as survival tools but became woven into every aspect of human life. Today, the same circuits that once saved our ancestors from predators also allow us to experience awe at a sunset, heartbreak in a poem, or inspiration in a speech. The double-edged sword of ancient emotions. Yet there is a paradox. Emotions that once ensured survival can sometimes cause suffering in modern life. Anxiety, for example, evolved to keep us alert to threats, but in today's fast-paced, overstimulated world, it can spiral into chronic stress. Anger once helped protect resources but can now lead to destructive conflict. This mismatch between ancient emotional systems and modern environments is one reason emotional intelligence, learning to understand and regulate feelings, has become so crucial. The evolutionary origins of emotions reveal that they are not accidents or flaws in human design but finely tuned adaptations. They tell us what matters, warn us of danger, connect us to others, and give life depth. Without emotions, survival would have been impossible, but so too would art, love, and meaning. To feel is to inherit millions of years of evolutionary wisdom. Every time you laugh, cry, or fall in love, you are not just experiencing a moment. You are living the legacy of countless generations before you. If emotions are evolutionary gifts, then the brain is the stage on which those gifts are performed. Every fear, burst of joy, or pang of sadness originates in the brain, orchestrated by a network of structures that work in harmony. Contrary to the old idea that emotions arise from a single emotional center, modern neuroscience reveals that they emerge from complex interactions among multiple regions, each contributing its own piece to the emotional puzzle. The limbic system, the ancient core. At the heart of emotional processing lies the limbic system, one of the oldest parts of the brain in evolutionary terms. This system includes structures such as the amygdala, hippocampus, and hypothalamus, regions humans share with many animals. The limbic system acts as an emotional command center, rapidly interpreting stimuli and triggering responses before we have time to think. The amygdala, the alarm bell. The amygdala is perhaps the most famous emotional structure. It detects threats and assigns emotional significance to events. When you hear a sudden noise, the amygdala lights up, triggering fear and preparing your body to react. Importantly, it works so quickly that it often bypasses conscious thought. Sometimes we feel afraid before we even know why. The hippocampus, memory's gatekeeper. While the amygdala responds to immediate threats, the hippocampus provides context by linking emotions to memories. A smell that reminds you of childhood or a song that triggers heartbreak works through this connection. Without the hippocampus, emotions would lack the depth of personal meaning. The hypothalamus, the body regulator. The hypothalamus connects emotions to the body by controlling hormones and the autonomic nervous system. It regulates heart rate, blood pressure, and stress responses, ensuring that feelings are not just mental experiences but full body states. The prefrontal cortex, the rational regulator. Sitting at the front of the brain, the prefrontal cortex plays a more sophisticated role. While the limbic system reacts automatically, the prefrontal cortex evaluates and regulates. It allows you to calm down after a scare, reconsider anger before lashing out, or weigh long-term goals against short-term desires. This region is central to emotional regulation, giving humans the ability to reflect on and shape their feelings rather than being controlled by them. Interestingly, different parts of the prefrontal cortex serve different functions. The ventromedial prefrontal cortex helps integrate emotional experiences into decision-making, while the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex is involved in rational thought and self-control. Together, they balance instinct and reason, creating the uniquely human capacity for emotional intelligence. The insula, the seat of gut feelings. Another key player is the insula, a region buried deep within the cerebral cortex. The insula monitors internal bodily signals, heartbeat, breathing, stomach sensations, and translates them into conscious feelings. This is why emotions are often felt physically. A racing heart becomes anxiety. A warm chest becomes love. The insula bridges body and mind, grounding emotions in sensation. The reward system, circuits of joy and motivation. Not all emotions are about fear and survival. The brain also has circuits devoted to pleasure and reward. The mesolimbic dopamine pathway, which includes the nucleus accumbens, generates feelings of joy, motivation, and anticipation. When you eat delicious food, accomplish a goal, or fall in love, dopamine floods the system, reinforcing behaviors that bring pleasure. This reward system evolved to encourage life-sustaining activities, but in modern life, it can be hijacked by addictive substances or habits that overstimulate dopamine release. Understanding this circuitry helps explain both the highs of human motivation and the struggles of compulsive behavior. The role of neurochemicals. Beyond brain structures, emotions are shaped by chemical messengers, neurotransmitters, and hormones that influence how feelings are experienced. Dopamine fuels pleasure, reward, and drive. Serotonin stabilizes mood and contributes to a sense of well-being. Oxytocin fosters trust, bonding, and love, often called the cuddle hormone. Cortisol heightens stress and anxiety, preparing the body for challenges. Endorphins reduce pain and create feelings of euphoria. These chemicals create the textures of emotion, turning neural activity into the lived experience of happiness, sadness, or excitement. Imbalances in these systems can lead to disorders such as depression, anxiety, or mood instability. Left and right hemispheres, emotional asymmetry. Another fascinating discovery is that the two hemispheres of the brain process emotions differently. The left hemisphere is more active during positive emotions such as joy and enthusiasm, while the right hemisphere is more involved in negative emotions like fear and sadness. This asymmetry suggests that emotional life is not just about which regions are active, but also how they are balanced across the brain. Emotions as whole brain experiences. Ultimately, emotions cannot be pinned down to a single spot. They are whole brain experiences, weaving together perception, memory, body signals, and social context. Feeling joy, for example, may involve the amygdala recognizing a positive stimulus, the hippocampus recalling a happy memory, the nucleus accumbens releasing dopamine, and the prefrontal cortex savoring the moment. This integration makes emotions rich, flexible, and deeply human. They are not just reflexes but complex states that shape thought, decision-making, and behavior. Neuroscientist Antonio Damasio has argued that without emotions, rational thinking itself breaks down. Patients with brain damage to emotional circuits often struggle with even simple choices, showing that feelings are not enemies of reason but its partners. The brain's emotional symphony. The brain does not simply produce emotions. It conducts them like a symphony, with different instruments playing their parts. The amygdala provides urgency, the prefrontal cortex adds control, the hippocampus weaves in memory, and the insula grounds it all in sensation. Together, they create the lived experience of being human. Understanding where emotions are born shows us that they are not random storms of feeling but carefully coordinated brain states. They are biology and meaning intertwined, a dance between instinct and reflection, chemistry and consciousness. And while emotions may begin in the brain, their effects ripple outward, shaping our bodies, relationships, and the very fabric of our lives. When we think of emotions, we often picture them as experiences of the mind. Thoughts of fear, waves of sadness, bursts of joy. Yet anyone who has ever felt a racing heart before an important exam, a lump in the throat during grief, or butterflies in the stomach when in love knows that emotions are not confined to the brain. They are embodied experiences, deeply rooted in the nervous system, hormones, and even the gut. This physical dimension is what makes emotions feel so real and often so overwhelming. The nervous system, a highway of feelings. The connection between emotions and the body begins with the autonomic nervous system, ANS, which regulates involuntary functions such as heart rate, breathing, and digestion. The ANS has two branches. The sympathetic nervous system triggers the fight or flight response. When you're afraid or angry, it floods the body with adrenaline, speeds up the heartbeat, and sharpens the senses, priming you for action. The parasympathetic nervous system provides the counterbalance, often called rest and digest. After the danger passes, it slows the heart, relaxes muscles, and restores calm. This push and pull between sympathetic arousal and parasympathetic relaxation explains why emotions can swing us from agitation to serenity, often within minutes. Hormones, chemical messengers of emotion. Emotions are also carried through the bloodstream by hormones. When the hypothalamus detects an emotional stimulus, it signals the pituitary gland and adrenal glands to release chemicals that prepare the body to react. Adrenaline surges during fear or excitement, increasing heart rate and blood pressure. Cortisol sustains the stress response, ensuring the body has enough energy to cope with challenges. Oxytocin is released in moments of bonding, promoting trust, attachment, and love. Endorphins act as natural painkillers and mood boosters, producing euphoria after exercise or laughter. These hormones make emotions visceral. Fear is not just a thought. It is adrenaline pumping through veins. Love is not just an idea. It is oxytocin binding people together, mapping emotions in the body. In recent years, scientists have sought to map where different emotions are felt physically. A landmark study in Finland asked participants to color areas of the body where they experienced various emotions. The results revealed striking patterns. Anger lit up the chest, arms, and head, reflecting readiness for confrontation. Fear concentrated in the chest and stomach, linked to rapid breathing and digestive shutdown. Sadness was felt in the chest and limbs, producing heaviness and fatigue. Happiness spread warmth across the entire body, energizing and uplifting. These findings confirm what we intuitively know. Emotions are embodied, leaving distinct physical imprints. The gut-brain connection. Perhaps the most fascinating aspect of the body's role in emotion is the gut-brain axis. The gut contains over 100 million neurons, sometimes called the second brain, and communicates directly with the brain through the vagus nerve. This system not only regulates digestion but also influences mood and emotional well-being. For example, the gut produces about 90% of the body's serotonin, a neurotransmitter crucial for mood regulation. Stress can disrupt gut function, leading to stomach aches, while gut imbalances can contribute to anxiety or depression. This two-way communication explains why we speak of gut feelings or butterflies in the stomach. They are not metaphors but reflections of real biological processes. Why emotions feel overwhelming? Because emotions engage the whole body, they can feel all-consuming. Anxiety doesn't just occupy the mind. It speeds up the heart, tightens the chest, and knots the stomach. Grief drains energy, lowers immunity, and even causes physical aches. Joy floods the body with energy, often leading to laughter, movement, or tears of happiness. This full-body involvement ensures that emotions cannot be ignored. They demand attention, motivating us to act. Fear pushes us to escape danger. Sadness encourages us to seek comfort. Love drives us to connect with others. In this way, the physical dimension of emotion makes them powerful forces guiding behavior. The downside of embodied emotions. While this integration of mind and body is adaptive, it can also backfire in modern life. The stress response that once saved our ancestors from predators now activates in response to emails, deadlines, or traffic jams. Chronic activation of the sympathetic nervous system leads to high cortisol levels, which can harm immunity, increase blood pressure, and contribute to anxiety disorders. Similarly, emotional suppression, holding back tears or swallowing anger, doesn't eliminate the body's response. Instead, it can manifest as muscle tension, headaches, or digestive problems. This shows that ignoring emotions is not only psychologically unhealthy but also physically damaging. Harnessing the body to regulate emotion. The good news is that because emotions flow through the body, we can use the body to regulate them. Practices like deep breathing, yoga, and progressive muscle relaxation activate the parasympathetic nervous system, calming emotional intensity. Exercise releases endorphins and reduces stress hormones, lifting mood. Even simple actions like smiling can send feedback signals to the brain, subtly influencing how we feel. Mind-body techniques demonstrate that emotions are not just things that happen to us but processes we can engage with. By tuning into physical sensations, racing heart, tense shoulders, shallow breath, we can learn to recognize and manage emotions before they spiral. The physical reality of feelings. The body is not a passive recipient of emotions but an active participant. From the rush of adrenaline in fear to the warmth of oxytocin in love, emotions are written into heartbeat, breath, and gut. This embodiment makes them powerful, unforgettable, and impossible to ignore. Understanding the body's role reveals why emotions feel so immediate and intense. They are not abstract states floating in the mind but physical realities woven into the fabric of life. To feel, then, is not just to think. It is to embody, to live, and to experience the world with the whole self. Emotions may be universal, but how we experience, express, and even interpret them is profoundly shaped by culture and psychology. The joy that bursts forth in laughter, the shame that burns in silence, the grief that demands ritual. All of these are not only biological events but also social and psychological constructs. To understand why we feel the way we do, we must explore how culture molds our emotional lives and how our individual psychology interprets them. Culture as the lens of emotion. From birth, humans are immersed in cultural environments that provide scripts for how to feel and behave. These emotional rules vary across societies, teaching us which emotions are acceptable, which should be suppressed, and how they ought to be expressed. For example, in many Western cultures, individualism is valued, and emotions like pride, excitement, and personal happiness are often celebrated. By contrast, in East Asian cultures that emphasize collectivism, emotions are viewed through the lens of harmony and social balance. Feelings like shame or modesty carry more weight, while open displays of anger or pride may be discouraged. This doesn't mean that people in different cultures don't feel the same emotions. They do, but the way those emotions are understood, displayed, and valued shifts dramatically. Culture acts like a filter, shaping not just the outward expression but also the internal significance of what we feel. Display rules, the hidden code of expression. Psychologists refer to display rules as the culturally learned norms about how emotions should be expressed. A classic example comes from research showing that Japanese participants were more likely to mask negative emotions, like disgust, in public, especially in the presence of authority figures, while American participants expressed them more openly. These rules don't erase the emotions themselves but channel them. A person may still feel anger but choose to smile politely, or experience grief yet express it only in private. Over time, these rules can even shape how intensely emotions are experienced. Someone raised in a culture that suppresses anger might eventually experience anger less frequently or with less intensity. Language and the shaping of feeling. Another powerful cultural influence is language. Words give form to emotions, enabling people to recognize and communicate what they feel. Different languages carve up the emotional spectrum in unique ways, highlighting some feelings while leaving others unnamed. Take, for instance, saudade in Portuguese, a deep emotional state of longing or nostalgia with no direct English equivalent. Amei in Japanese, describing the pleasurable feeling of depending on another's benevolence. Schadenfreude in German, the enjoyment of another person's misfortune. The existence of such words suggests that culture doesn't just shape how we express emotions, but can also expand or limit what we are able to perceive in ourselves. Rituals and emotional processing. Cultural rituals also provide structured ways of processing emotions. Funerary traditions, for example, offer collective spaces for grief, guiding individuals through mourning in ways that reflect cultural values. In some cultures, grief is loud and communal, with wailing and public displays. In others, it is private, subdued, and marked by quiet reflection. Similarly, celebrations such as weddings or festivals amplify joy by embedding personal emotions in shared social contexts. These practices remind us that emotions are not just personal, but also collective experiences, tied to the rhythms of cultural life. Psychological influences, the role of personality. Beyond culture, individual psychology also shapes the emotional landscape. Personality traits such as extroversion, neuroticism, or openness influence not only which emotions we experience most often, but also how we interpret them. Extroverts tend to feel and express more positive emotions, thriving in social interactions. Individuals high in neuroticism are more prone to negative emotions like anxiety, anger, and sadness. Highly open individuals may experience emotions with more depth and intensity, finding beauty and meaning in subtle emotional cues. Psychological tendencies interact with cultural scripts, creating unique emotional patterns. For example, an extrovert in a culture that discourages open displays of joy may find themselves at odds with social norms, while an introvert in a celebratory culture may feel pressured to perform emotions they don't naturally express. Cognitive appraisal. how we interpret events. One of the most significant psychological factors in emotion is cognitive appraisal, the personal interpretation of an event that determines its emotional impact. Two people can experience the same situation but react with entirely different emotions depending on their perspective. Imagine two students receiving a C on a test. One may feel devastated, interpreting it as failure, while the other may feel relief, seeing it as better than expected. The difference lies not in the grade itself, but in the meaning assigned to it. This explains why emotions are not simply automatic responses, but are filtered through personal beliefs, expectations, and thought patterns. In many ways, we don't just feel emotions, we construct them. The interplay of culture and psychology. Culture and psychology constantly interact to shape emotional life. Cultural norms influence how emotions are experienced and expressed, while psychological traits determine how individuals navigate those norms. For instance, a person raised in a collectivist culture may learn to suppress anger, but if their personality tends toward assertiveness, they may find healthier outlets for it, such as art or debate. Moreover, globalization and multicultural experiences create hybrid emotional worlds. People who move between cultures often develop emotional flexibility, learning to adapt expressions of feeling to fit different social contexts. This adaptability demonstrates just how fluid emotions can be when shaped by both inner psychology and outer culture. Beyond biology. While biology explains where emotions come from, culture and psychology explain why they feel and function so differently across people and societies. Culture provides the emotional script, psychology provides the individual interpretation, and together they shape the rich tapestry of human feeling. Recognizing these influences reminds us that emotions are not just natural responses but also learned experiences, crafted by the societies we live in and the minds we carry. To understand why we feel the way we do, we must look not only inward at biology but also outward at the cultural and psychological forces that give emotions their meaning. If emotions are such powerful forces, shaping both body and mind, how do we live with them skillfully? To regulate emotions does not mean to suppress or deny them, but rather to understand, manage, and channel them in ways that serve our well-being and relationships. Emotional regulation and understanding are at the heart of psychological resilience, mental health, and even wisdom. Emotional intelligence, the foundation of regulation. The concept of emotional intelligence, EI, has become central in psychology and leadership studies. At its core, EI is the ability to recognize, understand, manage, and influence emotions, both your own and those of others. Psychologist Daniel Goleman outlined 5 pillars of emotional intelligence. Self-awareness, recognizing what you're feeling and why. Self-regulation, managing disruptive emotions like anger or anxiety. Motivation, using emotions as fuel for goals and persistence. Empathy, sensing and understanding the emotions of others. Social skills, using emotional awareness to navigate relationships effectively. These skills highlight that regulating emotions is not about silencing them, but about bringing consciousness to them, so they can be expressed constructively rather than destructively. Strategies for regulating emotions. Psychologists identify several evidence-based strategies that people naturally use to manage emotions. Some are more effective than others. Reappraisal, cognitive reframing, changing how we interpret a situation in order to change how we feel about it. For instance, viewing a setback as a learning opportunity reduces frustration and increases resilience. Attention shifting, focusing on a different aspect of the situation or engaging in a distracting activity can reduce the intensity of negative emotions. Mindfulness and acceptance. Rather than fighting emotions, mindfulness encourages observing them without judgment. This often decreases their power and helps us respond with clarity. Suppression. Attempting to hide or inhibit emotions. While useful in some contexts, e.g., staying calm in an emergency, suppression can be damaging if it becomes the default strategy, as it often increases stress and hinders authentic communication. Learning which strategies work best in different contexts is a key part of emotional maturity. The role of awareness. A critical first step in emotional regulation is awareness. Many people experience emotions as overwhelming or confusing simply because they have not named or acknowledged them. Neuroscience research suggests that labeling emotions, for example, saying, "I feel anxious," instead of just stewing in unease, reduces activity in the amygdala, the brain's fear center, and increases activity in the prefrontal cortex, the brain's control center. In other words, naming an emotion already begins to tame it. Journaling, therapy, or simply pausing to reflect during the day can build this kind of awareness, helping people recognize patterns and triggers. Emotional regulation across cultures. Regulation strategies are also shaped by culture. In collectivist cultures, managing emotions often involves aligning feelings with group harmony, while in individualist cultures, regulation may emphasize self-expression and authenticity. These cultural scripts can influence whether people suppress anger, celebrate joy openly, or mourn privately. Recognizing these differences not only increases cross-cultural empathy, but also shows that there is no single correct way to regulate emotions. What works depends on context, values, and relationships. The body-mind connection in regulation. Because emotions are embodied experiences, regulating them often requires engaging the body. Techniques like deep breathing, progressive muscle relaxation, yoga, and Tai Chi activate the parasympathetic nervous system, countering stress responses. Exercise boosts endorphins and dopamine, naturally improving mood. Even facial expressions can feed back into emotions. Research on the facial feedback hypothesis suggests that smiling can actually enhance feelings of happiness. This body-first approach is particularly helpful when emotions feel too overwhelming for rational thought. Calming the body paves the way for clearer thinking. The role of relationships in emotional regulation. Humans are social creatures, and regulating emotions is not a solitary act. From infancy, caregivers help regulate a child's distress through comfort and soothing. As adults, we continue to rely on co-regulation. Talking to a trusted friend, hugging a loved one, or simply being in the presence of supportive people. Social support not only provides perspective but also triggers calming biological responses, such as oxytocin release. This highlights that regulating emotions is not a sign of weakness but a sign of humanity, rooted in our interdependence. Emotional understanding beyond control. While regulation helps us manage emotions, understanding helps us learn from them. Every emotion carries information. Fear warns of danger or risk. Anger signals a boundary violation. Sadness invites reflection and healing. Joy indicates alignment with needs and values. Love strengthens bonds and cooperation. Rather than being problems to fix, emotions are messages to interpret. When ignored, they tend to grow louder. When listened to, they often guide us toward growth. Pitfalls of misregulation. Not all regulation is healthy. Over-reliance on suppression can lead to chronic stress, while constantly distracting oneself can prevent deeper processing of grief or trauma. On the other hand, overindulging emotions, ruminating on anger, wallowing in sadness, can trap us in cycles of negativity. Healthy regulation walks the balance, acknowledging emotions, feeling them fully, and then choosing responses that serve long-term well-being. Toward emotional mastery. Ultimately, regulating and understanding emotions is about integration. Recognizing that emotions are neither enemies nor absolute truths, but natural parts of human life. With practice, we can learn to notice emotions as they arise, accept them without immediate judgment, interpret their messages, respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. This process transforms emotions from forces that control us into allies that guide us. By learning to navigate emotions skillfully, we unlock resilience, deepen relationships, and gain insight into what it means to be human. Far from being obstacles, emotions become teachers, shaping us into more balanced, empathetic, and authentic beings. Emotions are among the most powerful forces in human life. They surge through the body, arise from the brain, and ripple outward into relationships, culture, and society. They are both ancient survival tools and deeply personal experiences, guiding our decisions, shaping our identities, and coloring every moment of our existence. Understanding emotions reveals that they are not random or irrational. Fear sharpens awareness in the face of danger. Anger signals that something is unjust or threatening. Sadness allows for healing and renewal. Joy, love, and expand our sense of connection to others and the world around us. Each emotion is a messenger, carrying vital information about our needs, values, and circumstances. Yet emotions are not fixed. They are fluid, influenced by biology, culture, and personal psychology. The same stimulus can spark vastly different feelings depending on how we interpret it, where we come from, and who we are. This makes emotions uniquely human, rooted in universal biology but shaped by individual and cultural experience. Most importantly, emotions can be cultivated and regulated. By developing self-awareness, practicing mindfulness, reframing perspectives, and leaning on supportive relationships, we can learn to navigate emotions rather than be swept away by them. In this way, emotions become allies rather than adversaries, tools for growth rather than barriers to peace. To feel is to be alive. Emotions are not weaknesses to be suppressed but strengths to be understood. They remind us of our humanity, connect us to others, and anchor us in the present moment. By embracing the power of emotions, we do more than survive. We thrive. For much of human history, the brain was thought of as a rigid organ. Once you reached adulthood, scientists believed your mental capacities, personality, and even your limitations were locked in place. If you were naturally gifted with memory, focus, or creativity, you were considered lucky. If you struggled with self-doubt, stress, or distraction, the assumption was that this was simply who you were. But in the last few decades, a scientific revolution has completely transformed our understanding of the brain. We now know the brain is not fixed. It is flexible, adaptable, and capable of extraordinary transformation throughout your entire life. This ability is called neuroplasticity, and it may be the single most empowering discovery in neuroscience. What is neuroplasticity? At its core, neuroplasticity is the brain's ability to change its structure and function in response to experience. The brain is made up of billions of neurons, nerve cells, that communicate through trillions of synapses, connections. Every time you think a thought, practice a skill, or repeat a habit, you activate specific neural circuits. Over time, these circuits strengthen, while unused ones weaken or disappear. This process is often summarized by the phrase, "Neurons that fire together, wire together." Just as muscles grow stronger through exercise, neural pathways grow stronger through repetition. In the same way, unused connections fade, much like a neglected trail in the forest becomes overgrown. Two forms of neuroplasticity. Scientists describe neuroplasticity in two main ways. Structural plasticity. This refers to physical changes in the brain. New connections are formed, existing ones are pruned, and in some cases even new neurons grow, a process called neurogenesis. This explains why learning a new skill, such as a language or instrument, can literally reshape parts of your brain. Functional plasticity. This is the brain's ability to shift functions from damaged or underused areas to other regions. For example, stroke patients who lose the ability to speak may, with therapy, rewire their brains so other regions take over language functions. Both forms reveal the same truth. The brain is constantly remodeling itself in response to how you use it. The implications for success. Understanding neuroplasticity isn't just fascinating science. It's deeply practical. It means you are not defined by your past habits or current limitations. Instead, you are actively shaping your brain every day through the choices you make, the thoughts you focus on, and the actions you repeat. Consider habits. When you procrastinate, worry excessively, or repeat negative self-talk, you are strengthening those neural pathways. Over time, they become automatic. But the reverse is also true. If you practice focus, gratitude, problem-solving, or confidence, those circuits grow stronger until they become your new default. This is why neuroplasticity is so closely tied to success. Success is not just about talent or opportunity. It's about patterns of thinking, emotional regulation, and persistence. By consciously guiding your brain's wiring, you can build the mental habits that align with your goals and dismantle those that hold you back. Neuroplasticity in everyday life. Examples of neuroplasticity are everywhere. A person who takes up meditation strengthens the prefrontal cortex, responsible for focus and self-control, while reducing activity in the amygdala, the fear center. Musicians show enlarged motor and auditory regions in the brain from years of practice. Taxi drivers in London famously developed larger hippocampi, the area linked to memory and spatial navigation, after memorizing the city's complex street maps. These changes are not limited to experts or extraordinary people. They happen in ordinary lives every single day. The moment you learn something new, face a challenge, or practice a healthier way of thinking, you are reshaping your brain. Neuroplasticity reveals a profound truth. Your brain is not a finished product. It is a work in progress. The patterns you reinforce become the architecture of your mind. The ones you neglect fade away. By understanding this, you gain a powerful tool for transformation. You don't need to be defined by the habits, fears, or limitations of yesterday. Your brain is ready right now to rewire itself in service of the person you want to become. When most people think about success, they picture external achievements, wealth, status, recognition, or career milestones. While these are common markers, they don't capture the true engine behind success. At its core, success is not something that happens outside of you. It is something that begins inside your brain. The way you think, the beliefs you hold, the habits you practice, and the emotions you cultivate are all governed by neural patterns. If those patterns are aligned with focus, resilience, and growth, success follows almost naturally. If they are wired for distraction, fear, or self-sabotage, success feels like an uphill battle. The mental architecture of success. Success is not just about raw intelligence or talent. It is about the consistent ability to focus attention on what truly matters. Regulate emotions so setbacks don't derail progress. Maintain motivation in the face of challenges. Learn and adapt quickly to changing circumstances. Believe that your actions can shape outcomes. Each of these traits corresponds to specific brain circuits. For instance, the prefrontal cortex plays a major role in focus, planning, and self-control. The amygdala governs fear and emotional reactivity, but when regulated, it supports courage and appropriate responses to stress. The hippocampus handles learning and memory, allowing you to build skills and recall lessons. Even dopamine pathways, often labeled as reward circuits, are crucial for motivation and persistence. When these systems are trained and balanced, the brain becomes a success machine. But if they are left untrained or worse, conditioned by negative habits, they can just as easily sabotage your efforts. Belief systems and self-image. One of the most powerful examples of the brain's influence on success lies in belief systems. If you believe you are capable, worthy, and resilient, your brain's circuits for confidence and problem-solving activate. This mindset encourages action, risk-taking, and perseverance. Conversely, if your brain is wired with limiting beliefs, "I'm not smart enough," "I'll never succeed," "I'm unlucky," those thoughts trigger stress pathways, reduce motivation, and make failure more likely. In other words, your beliefs don't just reflect reality. They help create it. This is why some people thrive under pressure while others crumble. The difference isn't fate, it's wiring. By consciously shifting your beliefs and strengthening positive thought patterns, you literally reprogram your brain to align with success. The habit loop of achievement. Another brain-based foundation of success is habit formation. Habits free up mental energy by automating repeated behaviors. Successful individuals don't rely solely on willpower. Instead, they build habits that align with their goals, habits of focus, discipline, reflection, and action. These habits are nothing more than strong neural pathways. Each time you practice them, the pathways strengthen, making the behavior easier and more natural. Over time, success-oriented habits become your default setting. Emotional intelligence as a success factor. Success is also tied to how you manage relationships and emotions. Neuroscience shows that our brains are social organs, wired with mirror neurons that respond to the emotions of others. Leaders, entrepreneurs, and innovators who cultivate empathy, emotional awareness, and resilience not only manage themselves better, but also influence and inspire those around them. Reframing success in brain terms. When you strip away the myths of luck and talent, success comes down to brain training. Your brain is either an ally or an obstacle. Every thought you entertain, every challenge you face, and every habit you repeat is either reinforcing circuits of growth or circuits of limitation. The most successful people aren't necessarily born with extraordinary brains. Instead, they have learned, sometimes deliberately, sometimes intuitively, to wire their brains for focus, confidence, learning, and resilience. Success begins not with external opportunities, but with internal architecture. By rewiring your brain through habits, beliefs, focus, and emotional intelligence, you build the foundation on which success naturally grows. Neuroplasticity ensures that no matter where you start, your brain can evolve into a tool that works for your highest goals. When you realize success begins in the brain, you stop waiting for circumstances to change and start shaping the very organ that determines how you think, feel, and act. In that shift lies the true power to transform your life. If success begins in the brain, then habits are the building blocks of that success. Every action you take repeatedly, whether it's waking up early, scrolling through social media, or practicing gratitude, creates a mental groove. Over time, that groove becomes a well-traveled path, and eventually, it turns into an automatic routine. This process is not magic or willpower alone. It's the science of how neural pathways lock in. The brain's efficiency principle. Your brain is a high-energy organ. Though it accounts for only about 2% of your body weight, it consumes roughly 20% of your energy. To conserve resources, the brain is always looking for ways to automate. The more often you repeat a behavior, the more efficient your brain becomes at performing it, until it requires little to no conscious effort. This efficiency is why habits feel so natural. Once installed, they run on autopilot, freeing up mental space for other tasks. Unfortunately, this efficiency doesn't discriminate between good and bad habits. Procrastination, overeating, and negative self-talk can be just as automatic as exercise, productivity, and self-discipline. The habit loop. Neuroscientists and psychologists often describe habits in terms of a three-step loop. Cue, trigger. Something that signals your brain to start the routine. For example, Feeling stressed might cue a desire for comfort food. Routine behavior, the actual action taken, eating a snack, opening social media, or going for a walk. Reward payoff, the pleasure or relief that reinforces the habit. Dopamine is released, strengthening the association between cue and behavior. The more this loop is repeated, the stronger the neural pathway becomes. Eventually, the brain predicts the reward as soon as it senses the cue, which is why habits can feel so difficult to break. Hebb's rule. Neurons that fire together, wire together. The biological foundation of habit formation is often explained through Hebbian learning. Neurons that fire together wire together. When two brain cells communicate repeatedly, the connection between them strengthens. With enough repetition, the link becomes so strong that the behavior becomes automatic. This is why trying something new often feels awkward at first. The neural pathway is weak. But with consistency, the connection solidifies until the new behavior becomes second nature. Breaking bad habits. If habits are simply entrenched neural pathways, then breaking them means weakening those circuits. This can be done by identifying the cue. Awareness is the first step. Notice what triggers the unwanted habit. Replacing the routine. You can't simply erase a pathway, but you can redirect it. Instead of reaching for junk food when stressed, try deep breathing or a quick walk. Reinforcing new rewards. Celebrate the healthier behavior so your brain associates the new routine with satisfaction. Over time, the old pathway weakens through disuse, while the new one strengthens through repetition. Building success habits. The same principles apply to cultivating habits that align with success. Whether it's morning routines, daily learning, or consistent exercise, the key is to start small and repeat consistently. Each repetition lays down another layer of the neural pathway, eventually making the behavior effortless. Stacking habits, linking a new behavior to an existing one, is particularly effective. For example, if you want to build a gratitude practice, attach it to brushing your teeth at night. The existing cue triggers the new behavior, reinforcing the circuit more quickly. Habits are not moral failings or personality quirks. They are simply the result of how your brain wires itself through repetition. Understanding this removes the mystery and gives you control. By consciously designing the cues, routines, and rewards in your life, you can lock in the neural pathways that lead to success and weaken the ones that hold you back. In other words, success is less about heroic bursts of willpower and more about the quiet, steady process of wiring your brain through habits that align with your goals. Now that we understand the science, let's look at practical ways to harness neuroplasticity. These techniques are backed by research and can be applied immediately. Visualization and mental rehearsal. Your brain doesn't fully distinguish between imagined experiences and real ones. Elite athletes use visualization to enhance performance, and studies show it strengthens the same neural circuits as physical practice. Imagine yourself succeeding in vivid detail. Feel the emotions, confidence, pride, determination. Repeat daily until the pattern becomes your brain's default expectation. Mindfulness and meditation. Mindfulness literally reshapes the brain. Long-term meditators show increased thickness in the prefrontal cortex, linked to focus and decision-making, and reduced activity in the amygdala, linked to fear and stress. Begin with 5 to 10 minutes daily. Focus on your breath, bodily sensations, or thoughts without judgment. Over time, you'll rewire circuits for calm, focus, and self-awareness. Affirmations and self-talk. Language shapes thought, and thought shapes the brain. Repeating empowering affirmations can gradually shift neural patterns away from self-doubt toward confidence. Replace "I can't do this" with "I am capable and resourceful." Speak affirmations aloud with emotion. Pair with visualization for maximum effect. Gratitude practice. Gratitude activates brain regions linked to dopamine, the reward neurotransmitter, and rewires the brain to focus on abundance rather than scarcity. Each night, write down 3 things you're grateful for. Reflect on why they matter and feel the appreciation fully. Physical exercise. Exercise isn't just for the body. It boosts neurogenesis and strengthens brain-derived neurotrophic factor, BDNF, a protein that supports neural growth. Engage in aerobic exercise, running, cycling, dancing. Pair physical activity with mental challenges. Dance, martial arts, yoga. Learning new skills. Every time you learn something new, language, instrument, craft, you force your brain to create fresh neural pathways. Pick a challenging but enjoyable skill. Practice consistently to reinforce circuits. Sleep optimization. During sleep, the brain consolidates memories and strengthens neural patterns. Chronic sleep deprivation erodes neuroplasticity. Aim for 7 to 9 hours per night. Stick to a consistent sleep schedule. Avoid screens before bed to improve quality. One of the most powerful forces shaping your life isn't external. It's internal. Your beliefs act as filters through which you interpret the world, make decisions, and measure your potential. Some of these beliefs empower you, fueling confidence and resilience. But others, known as limiting beliefs, quietly sabotage your progress. They whisper doubts like, "I'm not smart enough," "Success isn't for people like me," or "I'll never change." The good news? Just like habits, limiting beliefs are wired into neural pathways, and with the right tools, they can be rewired. The neuroscience of belief. Beliefs are not abstract ideas floating in the mind. They are encoded in the brain as networks of neurons. Each time you think a certain way, whether it's self-doubt or self-confidence, you strengthen that network. Over years, repeated negative self-talk creates deeply embedded circuits that feel like truths rather than perceptions. The brain also seeks confirmation for its beliefs. This is called confirmation bias. When you believe you're unworthy, you notice failures more than successes, reinforcing the cycle. Fortunately, neuroplasticity means these pathways can be reshaped. Where limiting beliefs come from. Most limiting beliefs are formed in childhood. Perhaps a teacher criticized you, or a parent unknowingly planted seeds of doubt. Cultural conditioning also plays a role. Messages about money, intelligence, or success often seep in from media and society. Over time, these early impressions solidify into subconscious scripts that dictate adult behavior. For example, someone told as a child, "You're just not good at math," may avoid careers requiring analytical skills, even though their brain is perfectly capable of learning. Identifying limiting beliefs. The first step to breaking free is awareness. Some signs of limiting beliefs include self-sabotage. You procrastinate or give up easily when success is within reach. Negative self-talk. Phrases like, "I can't," "I'll never," or "that's not me." Fear-based decisions. Avoiding opportunities because they seem too risky. Repetition of patterns. Finding yourself stuck in the same unfulfilling relationships, jobs, or habits. A powerful exercise is journaling around questions like, what do I believe about money, love, or success? And where did that belief come from? Rewiring limiting beliefs. Breaking free requires replacing the old neural pathways with new, empowering ones. This involves challenge the thought. When a limiting belief arises, pause and ask, is this absolutely true? What evidence supports it, and what evidence contradicts it? Often, the belief collapses under scrutiny. Reframe the narrative, transform, "I always fail at this," into, I'm still learning, and every attempt brings me closer to mastery. Reframing shifts the brain toward solution-focused thinking. Visualization and affirmations. Repeatedly imagining yourself succeeding fires the same neural circuits as actually succeeding. Pair this with affirmations that feel authentic, such as, I am capable of growth and success. Take small wins seriously each time you act against a limiting belief, like speaking up in a meeting when you normally stay silent. You weaken the old pathway and strengthen a new one. Celebrate these wins to reinforce progress. Surround yourself with expansion. The people and environments you immerse yourself in influence your neural wiring. Being around those who embody the mindset you want creates powerful modeling effects. The liberation of belief shifts. Imagine the difference between living under the weight of, I can't change versus embracing, I am constantly evolving. One closes doors before you even try. The other opens limitless possibilities. When you dismantle limiting beliefs, you free your brain to create new connections aligned with success, resilience, and growth. Ultimately, breaking free from limiting beliefs is not about becoming someone else. It's about removing the mental barriers that prevent you from fully expressing who you already are. Life is unpredictable. Setbacks, stress, and challenges are unavoidable. What separates those who thrive from those who crumble isn't the absence of problems. It's the presence of emotional resilience. At its core, emotional resilience is your ability to bounce back, adapt, and maintain stability in the face of adversity. And the exciting truth is that resilience isn't fixed. It can be wired into your brain through neuroplasticity. The neuroscience of resilience. Your brain is constantly scanning the environment for threats and opportunities. The amygdala, your brain's alarm system, reacts instantly to perceived danger, triggering stress responses like fear or anxiety. But another region, the prefrontal cortex, helps regulate these emotional surges, allowing you to pause, reframe, and respond wisely rather than impulsively. When you repeatedly choose positive coping strategies, like reframing negative thoughts, practicing gratitude, or calming your breath, you strengthen the neural pathways between the prefrontal cortex and emotional centers. Over time, this wiring gives you more control over your reactions, making you calmer, more optimistic, and better equipped to handle life's ups and downs. The role of positivity. Positivity isn't about ignoring problems or thinking happy thoughts. It's about cultivating a mindset that sees challenges as opportunities for growth. Neuroscientific studies show that positive emotions broaden your perspective, enhance creativity, and build psychological resources that buffer against future stress. Each time you practice positivity, you're not just shifting mood, you're rewiring your brain to make optimism and resilience your default state. Habits that build resilience. Gratitude practice. Writing down 3 things you're grateful for daily strengthens neural circuits associated with appreciation and abundance. It literally trains your brain to focus more on what's working than what's missing. Mindful breathing. Stress floods your body with cortisol and adrenaline. Mindful breathing calms the nervous system, reduces amygdala reactivity, and strengthens the prefrontal cortex's control over emotions. Reframing setbacks. Instead of seeing failure as proof of inadequacy, frame it as feedback. For instance, this didn't work, but it taught me what to adjust. Each reframe builds resilience pathways. Self-compassion. Speaking kindly to yourself during difficulties activates brain regions linked to care and safety, reducing self-criticism and increasing motivation. Connection with others. Social support isn't just comforting. It literally changes your brain chemistry. Positive relationships boost oxytocin, which reduces stress and enhances emotional regulation. Overcoming negativity bias. Human brains have a natural negativity bias, meaning we pay more attention to threats and failures than to positive experiences. This bias helped our ancestors survive but often undermines modern success and well-being. Resilience comes from intentionally countering this bias. By savoring positive experiences, pausing for 20 to 30 seconds to fully feel them, you strengthen the associated neural pathways. This practice doesn't erase challenges, but it ensures positivity carries equal weight in your mental landscape. Emotional resilience and success. Resilience is not just about surviving. It's about thriving. Entrepreneurs who persevere after failed ventures, athletes who rise after injuries, and everyday people who push through adversity all share one trait. They've trained their brains to recover quickly and stay focused on long-term goals. By wiring your brain for positivity, you're not denying difficulties. You're giving yourself the neurological tools to face them with strength. Resilient people don't avoid storms. They learn to sail through them. Emotional resilience is like a muscle. The more you practice positivity, gratitude, and mindful responses, the stronger your brain's resilience circuits become. Over time, setbacks lose their power to derail you, and challenges transform into stepping stones for growth. When you wire your brain for positivity, you're not just creating a happier mindset, you're building the mental foundation for lasting success. When it comes to shaping your brain for success, most people focus solely on internal factors like thoughts, habits, and emotions. While these are critical, your environment, the people, spaces, and stimuli around you, plays an equally powerful role in rewiring your brain. Neuroplasticity doesn't happen in isolation. Your surroundings constantly influence which neural pathways strengthen and which fade. Your environment shapes your brain. From the moment you wake up to the moment you sleep, your brain absorbs cues from your environment. These cues influence attention, stress levels, motivation, and even your creativity. For example, cluttered spaces can trigger stress responses, overloading the brain and reducing focus. In contrast, organized and stimulating environments can enhance cognitive function, encourage learning, and support mental clarity. Social environments are especially influential. Humans are wired as social creatures, with mirror neurons that respond to the emotions and behaviors of others. When you spend time with motivated, positive, and growth-oriented people, your brain begins to adopt similar patterns. Conversely, negative or toxic relationships can reinforce stress, fear, and self-doubt, making it harder to build the neural circuits necessary for success. Environmental cues and habit formation. The environment also acts as a powerful cue in habit formation. You are more likely to follow through with behaviors that are convenient, visible, and supported by your surroundings. Want to read more? Keep books on your desk. Want to exercise regularly? Place your workout gear where you can see it. By shaping your environment strategically, you make it easier for your brain to adopt positive routines while discouraging unwanted behaviors. Neuroplasticity and learning spaces. Learning is one of the most direct ways to rewire your brain, and your environment can accelerate or hinder it. Stimulating environments, those rich in novelty, challenge, and sensory variety, promote the growth of new synapses. This is why traveling, trying new hobbies, or exploring intellectually stimulating content can strengthen cognitive flexibility and creativity. On the other hand, monotonous, unstimulating environments may slow the development of new neural pathways, reinforcing existing patterns and limiting growth. Reducing stress through environmental design. Chronic stress can inhibit neuroplasticity by releasing cortisol, which suppresses the growth of new neural connections. By creating an environment that reduces stress through natural light, quiet spaces, calming colors, or exposure to nature, You protect your brain's ability to adapt and learn. Even small changes like decluttering your workspace or adding plants to your home can significantly impact your mental state and neural wiring over time. Harnessing environmental influence for success. To maximize your brain's potential, consider your environment as an extension of your personal growth strategy. Surround yourself with mentors, peers, and communities that embody the traits you want to cultivate. Design physical spaces that facilitate focus, creativity, and relaxation. Introduce sensory and intellectual stimuli that challenge your brain in positive ways. By aligning your environment with your goals, you make the process of brain rewiring more effortless. The right environment acts like a scaffold, supporting the formation of new habits, beliefs, and thought patterns. The wrong environment, however, can subtly reinforce old, limiting circuits, slowing your progress despite your best efforts. Your brain doesn't exist in a vacuum. It thrives or struggles based on the context in which it operates. The people you interact with, the spaces you inhabit, and the stimuli you expose yourself to all shape the wiring of your mind. By consciously designing environments that support growth, learning, and resilience, you accelerate neuroplasticity and create fertile ground for success. In short, changing your brain often begins not only with changing your thoughts, but also with changing the world around you. Understanding the theory of neuroplasticity is powerful, but seeing it in action is what truly inspires. Across the world, countless individuals have demonstrated that the brain's ability to rewire itself is not just a scientific concept. It's a practical tool for transformation. These stories reveal how ordinary people can overcome limitations, develop new skills, and achieve extraordinary results by leveraging the brain's adaptive power. Overcoming brain injury. One of the most striking examples of neuroplasticity comes from stroke survivors. When a stroke damages part of the brain, patients often lose abilities such as speech, movement, or memory. Traditionally, this was seen as permanent. However, rehabilitation therapies harnessing neuroplasticity have shown remarkable results. Through repetitive exercises, speech practice, and targeted cognitive therapy, other parts of the brain can take over lost functions. Patients who were once unable to walk or speak gradually regain their abilities. Their brains literally rewire themselves, creating new neural circuits that compensate for the damaged areas. Mastering new skills. Neuroplasticity isn't limited to recovery from injury. It also underlies human potential for growth. Take the example of musicians and athletes. London taxi drivers who memorized the city's labyrinthine streets displayed enlarged hippocampi, the area of the brain associated with spatial memory. Similarly, professional musicians develop enhanced motor and auditory regions due to years of practice. These are not innate traits. They are the direct result of consistent effort rewiring the brain over time. Breaking limiting beliefs. Real-life transformations also illustrate how mental conditioning shapes success. Consider someone who has long struggled with self-doubt or procrastination. By combining practices such as visualization, affirmations, and habit building, they can weaken neural circuits tied to fear and strengthen pathways associated with confidence and action. Over months of conscious effort, their brain adapts, making courage, focus, and persistence the default rather than the exception. Emotional resilience. Another example comes from people who intentionally cultivate emotional resilience. Through mindfulness, gratitude, and stress management, individuals rewire their brains to respond more calmly to challenges. Their amygdala, the part of the brain responsible for fear and anxiety, becomes less reactive, while the prefrontal cortex strengthens, enhancing emotional regulation and decision-making. The result is a person who experiences the same stressors as others but responds with clarity, creativity, and balance. Lifelong learning. The stories of lifelong learners further highlight neuroplasticity in action. Older adults taking up new languages, instruments, or skills demonstrate that age is no barrier to rewiring the brain. Cognitive flexibility improves, memory strengthens, and new neural connections form, proving that growth is possible at any stage of life. The common thread across all these examples, whether recovery from injury, mastering a skill, or reshaping mindset, the key is intentional, repeated effort. Neuroplasticity requires practice. Each action, thought, or habit strengthens the corresponding neural pathways. Over time, these pathways become automatic, transforming limitations into capabilities. These real-life stories show that your brain is not a fixed entity dictated by genetics or past experiences. It is a living, evolving organ capable of remarkable adaptation. Whether you want to recover from setbacks, develop new skills, break limiting beliefs, or enhance emotional resilience, neuroplasticity provides the blueprint. The lessons are clear: consistent effort, intentional practice, and a growth-oriented mindset can rewire your brain in ways that shape your reality, unlock your potential, and redefine what you believe is possible. Understanding the theory of neuroplasticity is powerful, but seeing it in action is what truly inspires. Across the world, countless individuals have demonstrated that the brain's ability to rewire itself is not just a scientific concept. It's a practical tool for transformation. These stories reveal how ordinary people can overcome limitations, develop new skills, and achieve extraordinary results by leveraging the brain's adaptive power. Overcoming brain injury. One of the most striking examples of neuroplasticity comes from stroke survivors. When a stroke damages part of the brain, patients often lose abilities such as speech, movement, or memory. Traditionally, this was seen as permanent. However, rehabilitation therapies harnessing neuroplasticity have shown remarkable results. Through repetitive exercises, speech practice, and targeted cognitive therapy, other parts of the brain can take over lost functions. Patients who were once unable to walk or speak gradually regain their abilities. Their brains literally rewire themselves, creating new neural circuits that compensate for the damaged areas. Mastering new skills. Neuroplasticity isn't limited to recovery from injury. It also underlies human potential for growth. Take the example of musicians and athletes. London taxi drivers who memorized the city's labyrinthine streets displayed enlarged hippocampi, the area of the brain associated with spatial memory. Similarly, professional musicians develop enhanced motor and auditory regions due to years of practice. These are not innate traits. They are the direct result of consistent effort rewiring the brain over time. Breaking limiting beliefs. Real-life transformations also illustrate how mental conditioning shapes success. Consider someone who has long struggled with self-doubt or procrastination. By combining practices such as visualization, affirmations, and habit building, they can weaken neural circuits tied to fear and strengthen pathways associated with confidence and action. Over months of conscious effort, their brain adapts, making courage, focus, and persistence the default rather than the exception. Emotional resilience. Another example comes from people who intentionally cultivate emotional resilience. Through mindfulness, gratitude, and stress management, individuals rewire their brains to respond more calmly to challenges. Their amygdala, the part of the brain responsible for fear and anxiety, becomes less reactive, while the prefrontal cortex strengthens, enhancing emotional regulation and decision-making. The result is a person who experiences the same stressors as others but responds with clarity, creativity, and balance. Lifelong learning. The stories of lifelong learners further highlight neuroplasticity in action. Older adults taking up new languages, instruments, or skills demonstrate that age is no barrier to rewiring the brain. Cognitive flexibility improves, memory strengthens, and new neural connections form, proving that growth is possible at any stage of life. The common thread. Across all these examples, whether recovery from injury, mastering a skill, or reshaping mindset, the key is intentional, repeated effort. Neuroplasticity requires practice. Each action, thought, or habit strengthens the corresponding neural pathways. Over time, these pathways become automatic, transforming limitations into capabilities. These real-life stories show that your brain is not a fixed entity dictated by genetics or past experiences. It is a living, evolving organ capable of remarkable adaptation. Whether you want to recover from setbacks, develop new skills, break limiting beliefs, or enhance emotional resilience, neuroplasticity provides the blueprint. The lessons are clear: consistent effort, intentional practice, and a growth-oriented mindset can rewire your brain in ways that shape your reality, unlock your potential, and redefine what you believe is possible. Understanding the theory of neuroplasticity is powerful, but seeing it in action is what truly inspires. Across the world, countless individuals have demonstrated that the brain's ability to rewire itself is not just a scientific concept. It's a practical tool for transformation. These stories reveal how ordinary people can overcome limitations, develop new skills, and achieve extraordinary results by leveraging the brain's adaptive power. Overcoming brain injury. One of the most striking examples of neuroplasticity comes from stroke survivors. When a stroke damages part of the brain, patients often lose abilities such as speech, movement, or memory. Traditionally, this was seen as permanent. However, rehabilitation therapies harnessing neuroplasticity have shown remarkable results. Through repetitive exercises, speech practice, and targeted cognitive therapy, other parts of the brain can take over lost functions. Patients who were once unable to walk or speak gradually regain their abilities. Their brains literally rewire themselves, creating new neural circuits that compensate for the damaged areas. Mastering new skills. Neuroplasticity isn't limited to recovery from injury. It also underlies human potential for growth. Take the example of musicians and athletes. London taxi drivers who memorized the city's labyrinthine streets displayed enlarged hippocampi, the area of the brain associated with spatial memory. Similarly, professional musicians develop enhanced motor and auditory regions due to years of practice. These are not innate traits. They are the direct result of consistent effort rewiring the brain over time. Breaking limiting beliefs. Real-life transformations also illustrate how mental conditioning shapes success. Consider someone who has long struggled with self-doubt or procrastination. By combining practices such as visualization, affirmations, and habit building, they can weaken neural circuits tied to fear and strengthen pathways associated with confidence and action. Over months of conscious effort, their brain adapts, making courage, focus, and persistence the default rather than the exception. Emotional resilience. Another example comes from people who intentionally cultivate emotional resilience. Through mindfulness, gratitude, and stress management, individuals rewire their brains to respond more calmly to challenges. Their amygdala, the part of the brain responsible for fear and anxiety, becomes less reactive, while the prefrontal cortex strengthens, enhancing emotional regulation and decision-making. The result is a person who experiences the same stressors as others but responds with clarity, creativity, and balance. Lifelong learning. The stories of lifelong learners further highlight neuroplasticity in action. Older adults taking up new languages, instruments, or skills demonstrate that age is no barrier to rewiring the brain. Cognitive flexibility improves, memory strengthens, and new neural connections form, proving that growth is possible at any stage of life. The common thread. Across all these examples, whether recovery from injury, mastering a skill, or reshaping mindset, the key is intentional, repeated effort. Neuroplasticity requires practice. Each action, thought, or habit strengthens the corresponding neural pathways. Over time, these pathways become automatic, transforming limitations into capabilities. These real-life stories show that your brain is not a fixed entity dictated by genetics or past experiences. It is a living, evolving organ capable of remarkable adaptation. Whether you want to recover from setbacks, develop new skills, break limiting beliefs, or enhance emotional resilience, neuroplasticity provides the blueprint. The lessons are clear: consistent effort, intentional practice, and a growth-oriented mindset can rewire your brain in ways that shape your reality, unlock your potential, and redefine what you believe is possible. If focus is the ability to direct mental energy toward one task while filtering out distractions, then attention is the underlying mechanism that makes it possible. Attention is not a single process but a finely tuned system within the brain, a system that evolved to help us survive in environments filled with competing signals. To understand how to master focus, we must first understand how attention works at the neurological level. The brain's attention network. Attention is controlled by an interconnected web of brain regions, often referred to as the attention network. At the heart of this system is the prefrontal cortex, PFC, the area right behind the forehead, sometimes called the CEO of the brain. The PFC governs executive functions such as planning, decision-making, and self-control. When you choose to focus on reading a book or solving a problem, it is the PFC that allocates resources to that task and suppresses distractions. Supporting the PFC is the anterior cingulate cortex, ACC, which acts like a monitor. It constantly scans for conflicts, such as when your goal of studying competes with the sudden urge to check your phone. The ACC helps the PFC stay on course by detecting when attention is being pulled away. The parietal lobe also plays a key role by helping orient attention in space, deciding where you should direct your focus, toward a moving object, a sound, or an internal thought. Meanwhile, the thalamus, a relay station deep in the brain, filters sensory information and determines which inputs reach conscious awareness. Without this filter, we would be overwhelmed by every sight, sound, and sensation flooding our senses at once. Together, these regions form a dynamic circuit, balancing our internal goals against the external environment to decide, moment by moment, what deserves our attention. Selective attention, the brain's spotlight. Because we cannot process everything at once, the brain develops selective attention, the ability to prioritize one stream of information while ignoring others. Psychologists often describe this as the spotlight of attention. Wherever the spotlight shines, neural activity intensifies, and everything else fades into the background. Consider the classic example of the cocktail party effect. In a crowded room filled with voices, you can still tune in to the person you're speaking with. If someone across the room suddenly mentions your name, however, your spotlight quickly shifts. This illustrates two things. First, that selective attention is incredibly powerful. And second, that it is also vulnerable to being hijacked by stimuli that the brain deems important. This tug-of-war between focus and distraction reflects the brain's dual system of attention. Top-down versus bottom-up attention. Attention can be divided into two primary modes. Top-down, goal-directed attention. This is deliberate, conscious focus driven by your goals and intentions. For instance, deciding to concentrate on writing an essay despite background noise. It relies heavily on the prefrontal cortex and requires mental effort. Bottom-up, stimulus-driven attention. This is automatic and reflexive, triggered by external stimuli. A flashing light, sudden movement, or loud sound can instantly capture attention, even if you were focused elsewhere. This system evolved as a survival mechanism to help humans detect threats quickly. In modern life, the bottom-up system is constantly activated by notifications, advertisements, and novelty in our environment. Each buzz or ping hijacks our attention, pulling us away from our top-down goals. The challenge of focus lies in strengthening top-down control while reducing the constant pull of bottom-up distractions. The role of the default mode network. Interestingly, when the mind is not actively focused, it tends to wander. This is linked to the default mode network, DMN, a collection of brain regions that activate when attention is inwardly directed. The DMN is associated with daydreaming, self-reflection, and imagining the future. While mind-wandering can spark creativity, too much of it disrupts concentration. The key is learning how to toggle between the DMN and focused attention networks. The limits of attention. Attention is a finite resource. Neuroscientists estimate that conscious awareness can only hold a limited number of items at once, often cited as around 4 chunks of information. This is why multitasking feels overwhelming. The brain simply cannot devote equal resources to multiple tasks simultaneously. Instead, it switches rapidly between them, incurring a switching cost each time. This limitation is not a weakness but an evolutionary necessity. By narrowing attention, the brain ensures depth over breadth. It enables us to process information more deeply, solve complex problems, and engage in meaningful work. The downside is that attention must be carefully managed. Squander it on trivial distractions, and little energy remains for what truly matters: attention and emotion. Another layer of complexity comes from the interaction between attention and emotion. The amygdala, the brain's emotional alarm system, exerts a strong influence on what we notice. Threatening, fearful, or emotionally charged stimuli are more likely to capture attention, sometimes against our will. This explains why stress, anxiety, or even excitement can disrupt focus. The emotional brain competes with the rational brain for control of attention, often tipping the scales toward distraction. Understanding the mechanics of attention reveals an empowering truth. Focus is not fixed, it can be trained. Each time you resist a distraction and return to your task, you strengthen the neural pathways that support top-down attention. Practices such as mindfulness meditation, deep work, and structured routines all exploit the brain's ability to adapt through neuroplasticity. Just as a muscle grows stronger with exercise, the circuits of attention grow sharper with consistent use. Over time, it becomes easier to hold focus, resist impulses, and direct the spotlight of attention where you choose. If you've ever sat down to do important work, only to find yourself reaching for your phone or opening a new tab within minutes, you're not alone. Distraction is not just a matter of weak willpower, it is the result of deep-seated brain mechanisms that evolved to keep us alive. Modern life, with its constant stream of notifications and stimuli, hijacks these ancient systems, making distraction feel irresistible. To understand why, we must look at how the brain processes novelty, reward, and effort. Dopamine, the brain's reward currency. Central to distraction is dopamine, a neurotransmitter that motivates us to seek rewards. Contrary to popular belief, dopamine is less about pleasure and more about anticipation. It spikes when we expect something rewarding, urging us to pursue it. This anticipation is what makes checking your phone, refreshing social media, or opening an email so compelling. In our evolutionary past, dopamine-driven behavior served us well. It encouraged early humans to explore new territories, search for food, and learn new skills. Novelty often meant survival. Today, however, this same system is overstimulated by an endless stream of digital rewards. Each notification, like, or new piece of content triggers a small dopamine surge, creating a feedback loop that trains the brain to seek constant stimulation. Over time, this cycle conditions us to crave novelty, making it harder to sustain focus on tasks that require prolonged effort but lack immediate reward. The lure of novelty. The human brain is wired to notice what's new. Novel stimuli, such as a flashing light, unexpected sound, or fresh headline, activate the orienting response, a reflex that shifts attention toward potential opportunities or threats. This reflex evolved to help us survive in unpredictable environments. Noticing a rustle in the grass could mean spotting prey or avoiding a predator. In the digital world, novelty is everywhere. Social media feeds, news sites, and video platforms are designed to keep offering new, unpredictable content. Psychologists call this variable reward scheduling, the same principle that makes slot machines addictive. Because you never know when the next scroll will deliver something exciting, you keep coming back for more. The myth of multitasking. One of the biggest misconceptions about distraction is that multitasking helps us get more done. In reality, the brain is incapable of focusing deeply on two demanding tasks at the same time. Instead, it rapidly switches attention, a process known as task switching. Every switch comes with a cost. Studies show it takes the brain an average of 15 to 25 minutes to fully refocus after an interruption. These micro-costs add up, reducing efficiency, increasing mistakes, and draining mental energy. What feels like productivity is often just fragmented attention. Ironically, task switching itself can feel rewarding because each new task provides a quick dopamine hit. Checking an email while writing a report gives the illusion of accomplishment, even though it undermines true progress. Stress and the hijacking of focus. Another reason distraction is so tempting is that stress makes it harder to stay focused. When you're anxious or overwhelmed, the amygdala, the brain's threat detection system, becomes hyperactive. This pulls resources away from the prefrontal cortex, PFC, the region responsible for top-down control of attention. As a result, when stressed, your brain prioritizes scanning for threats or escaping discomfort rather than sustaining concentration. This explains why we often seek distractions like scrolling social media or binge-watching videos when under pressure. These activities temporarily soothe stress by providing easy dopamine rewards, but they also reinforce avoidance rather than focus. Mental energy is finite. Focus requires effort, and effort burns energy. Neuroscientists describe attention as a limited resource, fueled in part by glucose and neurotransmitters. When we spend hours making decisions, resisting impulses, or switching tasks, mental energy depletes. As energy wanes, the brain gravitates toward low-effort, high-reward distractions. This is why it's harder to resist checking your phone late at night or to stay focused after a long day of meetings. Distraction feels tempting because it offers immediate gratification without the heavy mental load of sustained concentration. The role of habits. Distraction also thrives because it often becomes habitual. Each time you give in to the urge to check your phone, you reinforce a neural pathway linking boredom or effort with the reward of novelty. Over time, this habit loop strengthens. Cue, boredom, behavior, phone check, reward, dopamine hit. Habits form in the basal ganglia, a brain structure designed to automate behaviors. While this reduces cognitive load in many areas of life, it also makes distraction automatic. Breaking the cycle requires conscious intervention, replacing distraction habits with focus-supporting ones. Distraction feels easier. Perhaps the simplest reason distraction is so tempting is that it feels easier than focus. Deep concentration is metabolically demanding. It activates executive networks in the brain and consumes significant energy. Distraction, by contrast, often involves passive consumption. Scrolling, watching, or clicking requires little cognitive effort. The brain, like the body, tends to conserve energy whenever possible. Left unchecked, it will choose the path of least resistance, seeking out easy rewards instead of hard, meaningful work. The cultural trap. Beyond biology, we must also recognize the cultural and technological systems that exploit these vulnerabilities. Social media platforms, video apps, and even productivity tools are designed to capture attention. Their business models thrive on distraction, using sophisticated algorithms to keep us engaged for as long as possible. This means the temptation of distraction is not merely personal, it is structural. Recognizing this truth is empowering. It helps us see that resisting distraction is not just about willpower, but about reclaiming autonomy in a world designed to fragment attention. Focus is not simply a mental state, it is a force that literally sculpts the brain. Every moment of concentrated attention, every effort to resist distraction, and every sustained period of deep work leaves a mark on the neural circuits that govern cognition. Thanks to the principle of neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to rewire itself in response to experience, focus can be trained and strengthened like a muscle. Understanding how this works reveals why consistent practice leads to sharper concentration, greater resilience against distraction, and entry into powerful states of flow. Neuroplasticity, the brain's adaptive power. Neuroplasticity is the brain's capacity to form new connections and reorganize itself. Far from being static, the brain is in constant flux, pruning unused connections while strengthening those that are repeatedly activated. This means that our daily habits of attention, whether distraction or deep focus, are actively shaping our brain architecture. When you repeatedly allow distractions to pull you away from tasks, your brain becomes better at task switching and craving novelty. Conversely, when you sustain attention despite temptation, you reinforce top-down control pathways in the prefrontal cortex, PFC, making it easier to concentrate in the future. Over time, this rewiring tilts the balance of power away from the stimulus-driven systems and toward deliberate focus. Attention as mental training. Think of focus as a form of cognitive exercise. Just as lifting weights strengthens muscles, repeatedly bringing your mind back to a chosen task strengthens neural pathways for attention. Meditation research illustrates this vividly. Brain scans of long-term meditators reveal thicker PFC regions and stronger connections between the PFC and the anterior cingulate cortex, ACC, areas responsible for sustained attention and impulse control. Even short interventions matter. Studies show that as little as 2 weeks of mindfulness training can improve working memory and reduce mind wandering. The takeaway is clear. Every small act of returning to focus is a rep that builds long-term capacity. The role of deep work. Author Cal Newport popularized the term deep work to describe periods of uninterrupted concentration on cognitively demanding tasks. Neuroscience supports his argument. Deep work strengthens myelin, the insulating sheath around neurons. More myelin means faster and more efficient communication between brain cells. In practice, this means that skills learned during focus states are encoded more deeply and can be recalled more easily. Deep work also promotes synaptic consolidation, the process by which short-term learning becomes long-term memory. When focus is sustained, neural circuits fire repeatedly, strengthening the synaptic bonds that hold knowledge. Distraction disrupts this process, leaving learning fragmented and shallow. Flow states, the peak of focus. Perhaps the most remarkable expression of focus is the flow state, described by psychologist Mihai Csikszentmihalyi as a state of complete immersion in a task. In flow, self-consciousness fades, time seems to disappear, and performance reaches its peak. Neuroscientists studying flow have identified several brain mechanisms at play. Transient hypofrontality. During flow, parts of the PFC temporarily quiet down, reducing self-criticism and freeing mental resources for the task at hand. Optimal neurochemistry. Flow involves a surge of dopamine, norepinephrine, and endorphins, which sharpen attention, enhance motivation, and boost creativity. Brainwave shifts. EEG studies show increased alpha and theta wave activity during flow, states linked to relaxation and insight, balanced with bursts of gamma activity, associated with integration and peak performance. Flow demonstrates the brain's potential when attention is fully aligned. It is not just enjoyable but also highly productive, leaving behind deeply encoded skills and knowledge. Focus and emotional regulation. Another way focus shapes the brain is by strengthening emotional regulation. The PFC not only controls attention but also modulates the amygdala, the emotional center of the brain. When the PFC is strong, it can dampen the amygdala's reactivity, making it easier to stay calm under pressure and resist emotional distractions. This is why practices like mindfulness or focused breathing improve both attention and stress resilience. By training the circuits of focus, you simultaneously train emotional balance, creating a virtuous cycle. Better focus reduces stress, and lower stress further enhances focus. Physical changes in the brain. Long-term focus training produces measurable structural changes in the brain. Research has documented thicker cortical regions in the PFC and ACC among meditators and individuals who practice sustained attention tasks. Increased gray matter density in areas linked to learning and memory. Strengthened white matter connectivity, enhancing communication across attention networks. These findings underscore that focus is not merely psychological, it is biological. The more we practice it, the more our brains physically adapt to support it. The fragility of focus. At the same time, focus is fragile. Just as positive habits strengthen neural pathways, repeated distraction weakens them. The brain's default mode, if left untrained, is to drift toward novelty and ease. This is why cultivating focus requires consistent effort. Without deliberate practice, the attention networks atrophy, leaving the brain more vulnerable to the pull of external stimuli. Building the brain you want. The key insight is this: what you repeatedly focus on, you become. The brain is shaped by use. If you spend your days immersed in shallow distractions, your mind will be wired for shallowness. If you dedicate time to deep, meaningful work, your brain will wire itself for depth and mastery. This understanding transforms focus from a fleeting mental state into a long-term investment. Each choice to return to your task, each moment of resisting distraction, and each block of deep work is a contribution to the architecture of your future brain. 1. The power of mindfulness training. Mindfulness meditation is one of the most well-researched practices for building focus. The essence of mindfulness is simple. You bring your attention to the present moment, usually by focusing on the breath, and when the mind wanders, as it inevitably does, you gently return it. From a neurological perspective, each time you notice your mind drifting and bring it back, you strengthen the prefrontal cortex and the anterior cingulate cortex, the very regions that control attention. Over time, this makes it easier to sustain focus and resist distractions. Practical approach. Start with 5 minutes a day. Sit quietly, close your eyes, and focus on the rhythm of your breathing. When thoughts arise, don't fight them. Simply redirect your attention back to the breath. With consistent practice, even short sessions yield significant benefits for attention and emotional regulation. 2. Practice single tasking. Modern culture glorifies multitasking, but research consistently shows it weakens focus and productivity. Each time you switch between tasks, your brain undergoes a switching cost, burning energy and leaving mental residue from the previous task. To train focus, deliberately practice single tasking. Choose one task, set a timer for 25 to 50 minutes, and give it your full attention without checking messages or switching tabs. Known as the Pomodoro technique, this method leverages the brain's natural rhythm of concentration and rest. The more you practice single tasking, the more your brain adapts to deep concentration as its default mode. 3. Create a distraction-free environment. Your brain is highly sensitive to cues in the environment. Notifications, clutter, and even visible smartphones drain cognitive resources. A study at the University of Texas found that having a phone in sight, even when powered off, reduced available cognitive capacity because part of the brain is unconsciously monitoring it. To train your brain for focus, design your environment for success. Silence notifications, close unnecessary tabs, and remove visual distractions. A minimalist, quiet workspace sends a signal to your brain. This is a place for focus. Over time, entering that environment becomes a mental trigger for concentration. 4. Leverage the power of routines. Focus thrives on consistency. When you repeatedly perform the same action in the same context, your brain begins to automate it. Athletes call this getting into the zone, but it's essentially a form of habitual focus priming. Create a pre-focus ritual. For example, making tea, putting on noise-canceling headphones, or playing a specific playlist before starting deep work. Over time, these cues condition your brain to shift into concentration mode more quickly and with less effort. 5. Train your working memory. Working memory, the brain's ability to hold and manipulate information temporarily, is tightly linked to focus. Stronger working memory allows you to stay on task longer without forgetting what you were doing. Exercises like mental math, memorization drills, or even brain training apps can improve working memory. But the most effective training is often embedded in real-life challenges. Reading complex material without interruption, playing a musical instrument, or learning a new language. Each of these activities pushes your working memory, indirectly training your attention span. 6. Use strategic breaks. Counterintuitively, training focus is not about endless concentration. The brain has natural limits, and pushing too hard leads to diminishing returns. Studies show that taking short, deliberate breaks, standing up, stretching, or going for a brief walk, refreshes attention and prevents mental fatigue. This is why the Pomodoro technique and similar methods are so effective. By alternating focus and rest, you create a rhythm that sustains performance. The breaks themselves can become training opportunities. Instead of scrolling through social media, choose restorative activities that calm the nervous system, like mindful breathing or light movement. 7. Strengthen your dopamine system. Distraction often hijacks the brain's reward system. Every notification delivers a burst of dopamine, training the brain to seek novelty over depth. To counter this, you can retrain your dopamine system to reward focus instead of distraction. One method is to pair focus with small rewards. For example, allow yourself a favorite snack, a short walk, or a piece of music only after completing a focus session. Over time, your brain begins to associate focus itself with reward, reducing the craving for digital interruptions. 8. Sleep, exercise, and nutrition. Foundational lifestyle choices are inseparable from focus. Sleep deprivation impairs the prefrontal cortex, making distractions harder to resist. Physical exercise boosts blood flow to the brain, increases levels of brain-derived neurotrophic factor, BDNF, and sharpens attention. A balanced diet with stable blood sugar supports consistent energy and reduces the likelihood of mental lapses. To train focus, think of these as non-negotiable. Without adequate sleep, movement, and nutrition, no amount of meditation or productivity hacks will fully compensate. 9. Gradual exposure to deep work. If your attention span feels weak, don't expect to leap immediately into hours of focus. Like building muscle, focus grows through progressive overload. Start small, perhaps 15 minutes of uninterrupted concentration, and increase the duration over time. This gradual approach prevents frustration and builds confidence. The brain adapts in increments, and each small win lays the groundwork for deeper states of focus. Training focus is a lifelong practice. The strategies above are not quick fixes but long-term practices. Neuroscience reminds us that every act of focus is a vote for the brain you are building. By consistently applying these methods, mindfulness, single-tasking, environmental design, routines, working memory training, strategic breaks, dopamine rewiring, lifestyle support, and gradual deep work, you slowly rewire your brain for greater concentration. The reward is not only improved productivity, but also a richer, more meaningful experience of life. Focus enables you to fully engage with the present moment, immerse yourself in your passions, and achieve mastery in whatever matters most to you. When we think of focus, dopamine may not be the first chemical that comes to mind. Yet this tiny neurotransmitter is one of the most powerful forces driving our attention and motivation. Dopamine is often misunderstood as the pleasure molecule, but in reality, it's the brain's anticipation and reward chemical. It fuels our drive to pursue goals, makes certain behaviors feel rewarding, and guides our choices of what to pay attention to. By learning to harness dopamine wisely, we can train our brains to prioritize meaningful focus over fleeting distractions. Dopamine, the brain's motivation currency. Dopamine is released when we anticipate a reward, not just when we receive it. This prediction mechanism is what keeps us motivated to chase goals, finish tasks, and explore new experiences. In evolutionary terms, dopamine helped our ancestors survive, motivating them to hunt, gather, and explore new territories. In the modern world, however, this same system is constantly hijacked by digital stimuli. Every notification, like, or video recommendation triggers a surge of dopamine, pulling our attention toward endless novelty. Over time, this conditions the brain to seek instant gratification, weakening our capacity for sustained focus. The key insight here is not to eliminate dopamine, impossible and undesirable, but to redirect it toward the behaviors and tasks that serve long-term goals. The problem: dopamine hijacking. Tech platforms and social media apps are engineered to exploit dopamine. Features like infinite scroll, bright red notification badges, and variable rewards, never knowing what the next post or message will bring, are designed to maximize dopamine release. This creates a feedback loop. Stimulus, notification, or new content. Dopamine release, anticipation of reward. Behavior, click, scroll, or check. Reinforcement, small pleasure or novelty hit. The more we repeat this loop, the more the brain wires itself for distraction. The dopamine system becomes trained to prefer novelty over depth, craving the fast-paced stimulation of digital platforms rather than the slower, subtler rewards of deep focus. The solution: dopamine rewiring. To leverage dopamine wisely, we must retrain our reward system so that focus itself becomes rewarding. This is not about willpower alone. It's about reshaping the way dopamine is released in response to different activities. Here are practical strategies. 1. Pair focus with reward. After completing a focused work session, give yourself a small but meaningful reward. A piece of chocolate, a short walk, or listening to a favorite song. Over time, your brain associates deep work with positive reinforcement. Instead of dopamine driving you toward distraction, it begins to drive you toward focus. 2. Break tasks into clear milestones. The brain releases dopamine when progress is visible. Large, undefined projects can feel overwhelming because the reward seems distant. By breaking tasks into smaller milestones, you create frequent opportunities for dopamine release as you check each one off. For example, instead of aiming vaguely to write a paper, break it down, outline the structure, draft the introduction, finish section 1, and so on. Each completed step delivers a dopamine boost that keeps you motivated for the next. 3. Delay gratification strategically. Another way to retrain dopamine is to delay pleasurable activities until after focused work. For instance, save your favorite snack, TV show, or social media scroll for after a work session. This conditions the brain to link dopamine release with the completion of meaningful tasks. 4. Practice dopamine fasting. Dopamine fasting doesn't mean eliminating dopamine itself, that's impossible, but it refers to reducing high-stimulation, low-value behaviors for a period of time. Avoiding social media, video games, or binge-watching for a day or even a few hours lowers the baseline of dopamine spikes. When you return to a task like reading, studying, or working, it feels more engaging because your dopamine system is not desensitized by constant overstimulation. Essentially, you reset your reward system to appreciate subtler, more meaningful forms of reward. 5. Make the process enjoyable. Focus doesn't have to feel like drudgery. Small adjustments can increase the dopamine associated with work itself. For example, use background music that energizes you. Work in a visually appealing space. Add gamification, time yourself, track streaks, or celebrate progress. When the process of focusing becomes enjoyable, dopamine is released naturally, making concentration self-reinforcing. Flow and dopamine surges. As discussed earlier, flow states represent the pinnacle of focus. Dopamine plays a central role in this experience. During flow, dopamine levels rise steadily, sharpening attention, increasing motivation, and enhancing pattern recognition. The result is a self-sustaining loop. The more immersed you are, the more dopamine flows, and the easier it becomes to stay immersed. This demonstrates dopamine's dual nature. It can fuel endless distraction, or it can propel you into the most productive and creative states of your life. The difference lies in where and how you direct it. Balancing dopamine. Like any powerful system, dopamine must be balanced. Too much artificial stimulation leads to addiction and distraction. Too little dopamine leads to apathy and lack of motivation. The goal is not constant highs, but a healthy rhythm of dopamine release aligned with meaningful activities. Practical balance looks like this. Avoid overstimulation from constant digital novelty. Cultivate natural dopamine through exercise, sunlight, good nutrition, and sleep. Anchor dopamine to deep work, learning, and personal growth. This creates a sustainable cycle where dopamine becomes your ally rather than your enemy. A shift in perspective. Ultimately, leveraging dopamine wisely is about shifting perspective. Instead of seeing focus as a discipline that drains willpower, see it as a skill that can be rewarded, enjoyed, and celebrated. By carefully designing your environment, routines, and habits, you teach your brain that the deepest satisfaction comes not from shallow distractions, but from immersion in meaningful work. Understanding the neuroscience of focus is powerful, but it becomes transformative when applied in real life. Across careers, hobbies, and personal development, countless individuals have leveraged attention, neuroplasticity, and dopamine wisely to achieve extraordinary results. Examining these examples illustrates how the principles we've discussed, sustained focus, environmental design, mindfulness, and dopamine management, play out in concrete situations. 1. The writer who masters deep work. Consider the case of a best-selling author like J.K. Rowling. During the creation of the Harry Potter series, Rowling was known for her disciplined writing routine, often writing in cafes with a notebook, immersing herself in her story for hours on end. She deliberately minimized distractions, focusing on one task, writing. Rowling's success illustrates top-down attention in action. By structuring her environment and routines to favor uninterrupted work, she allowed her prefrontal cortex to dominate over stimulus-driven distraction systems. Each writing session reinforced her neural pathways for sustained attention, making deep work increasingly effortless over time. Her dopamine system was likely aligned with small rewards, progress on the story, completion of chapters, and eventually, the satisfaction of seeing her work published. 2. The athlete who trains mental focus. Elite athletes provide another powerful example. Tennis champion Novak Djokovic, for instance, emphasizes mindfulness and mental focus as much as physical training. Before serving, he performs deliberate breathing exercises and visualizations to center attention, blocking out crowd noise, pressure, and distractions. Neurologically, this trains the PFC and ACC to regulate attention under stress. His practice shows that focus isn't only about willpower. It is about conditioning the brain to maintain control even in high-pressure environments. The dopamine reward of achieving small wins during practice sessions and matches reinforces this focus, creating a feedback loop where concentration and motivation amplify one another. 3. The programmer who builds flow into work. Software engineers often face long hours of cognitively demanding work. One developer, inspired by deep work principles, implemented a strict schedule: 90 minutes of coding followed by a 15-minute break, with notifications silenced and a minimalist workspace. This structured approach mirrors neuroplasticity training. Repeated focused sessions strengthen attention networks and make complex problem-solving more efficient. Breaks prevent mental fatigue, sustaining dopamine levels associated with progress and accomplishment. Over months, the programmer reported being able to enter flow states at will, coding for extended periods without losing accuracy or creativity. 4. The student who leverages dopamine strategically. College students provide a relatable example of dopamine management. One student struggled with procrastination and constant phone checking. By pairing study sessions with small rewards, like a short walk, a coffee, or listening to a favorite song after completing a chapter, they rewired the brain's reward system. Additionally, breaking assignments into manageable milestones allowed dopamine to be released upon completing each step, rather than waiting for the distant reward of a final grade. Within weeks, the student reported improved focus, less anxiety, and more sustained study periods. This demonstrates how reward-based attention management can turn even tedious tasks into engaging, motivating experiences. 5. The entrepreneur who controls environment and habits. Elon Musk provides an example from entrepreneurship. He reportedly schedules his day in 5-minute blocks, meticulously prioritizing tasks and minimizing context switching. By creating an environment that minimizes distractions and by focusing on high-value tasks, he maximizes the efficiency of his attention networks. This approach shows that even in fast-paced, high-stakes situations, carefully designed routines, environmental control, and strategic allocation of dopamine-driven motivation can dramatically enhance productivity. Musk's method exemplifies single-tasking, milestone rewards, and structured focus, demonstrating that attention is not only a personal skill but a system to be engineered. 6. Everyday examples, the power of small wins. Real-life focus examples are not limited to high achievers. Consider a parent learning to manage time between work, family, and personal growth. By using simple strategies like scheduling uninterrupted blocks for important tasks, turning off notifications, and celebrating small accomplishments, such as completing a chapter of a book or finishing a workout, they experience measurable improvements in attention, motivation, and mood. Even in seemingly mundane activities, these strategies reinforce neural circuits for attention, reduce habitual distraction, and create positive dopamine feedback loops. Over time, small, consistent changes compound, showing that focus is not an innate trait but a trainable skill accessible to anyone willing to practice deliberately. 7. Lessons from real life. Across all these examples, several patterns emerge. Environment matters. Distraction is easier when cues are present. Removing them allows attention networks to dominate. Routine reinforces focus. Daily, consistent practice builds neural pathways that make concentration easier over time. Reward and dopamine guide behavior, Aligning dopamine release with productive behavior strengthens focus habits. Breaks and recovery sustain performance. Attention is finite. Structured rest prevents burnout and enhances long-term focus. Small steps compound. Incremental improvements over time reshape the brain, making attention and productivity self-reinforcing. These examples highlight a critical truth. Mastering focus is not about sheer willpower. It's about understanding the brain and designing your life to support attention. The neuroscience principles we've explored, selective attention, top-down control, neuroplasticity, dopamine regulation, and environmental engineering, come alive when applied consistently in real-world situations. Mastering focus is not an instant transformation. It is a journey that unfolds over time. The neuroscience of attention shows that the brain rewires itself gradually through repeated practice. Each act of concentration, each moment of resisting distraction, and each block of deep work contributes incrementally to building stronger neural pathways. In this sense, focus is less about immediate results and more about playing the long game, cultivating consistency, patience, and resilience. Why consistency matters. Neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to rewire itself, operates on the principle of repetition. Neural circuits that are repeatedly activated strengthen over time, while those that are neglected weaken. This means that brief bursts of attention, while beneficial, are far less effective than sustained, consistent practice. Consider two scenarios. Someone who meditates for 2 hours once a month versus someone who meditates 10 minutes every day. Despite the shorter daily duration, the latter develops far stronger attention networks because the practice is consistent. The cumulative effect of small, repeated actions gradually rewires the prefrontal cortex, strengthens the anterior cingulate cortex, and enhances connections across the attention network. Consistency also builds habits. When focused behaviors become habitual, they require less conscious effort, reducing the mental friction associated with starting a task. Over time, these habits compound, creating a self-reinforcing cycle where focus becomes increasingly natural and resilient. The role of patience. Patience is equally essential. The brain does not change overnight. Just as muscles take weeks or months of training to strengthen, attention networks require repeated stimulation before their efficiency improves. Many people give up too soon, expecting immediate results, only to become frustrated when their focus does not suddenly transform. Scientific research confirms this. Even short-term attention training, like mindfulness or structured deep work, can produce measurable benefits, but lasting change emerges only through months of sustained practice. Understanding this timeline fosters patience, which in turn supports consistency. Knowing that small daily actions accumulate into significant improvement helps maintain motivation and prevents discouragement. Embracing incremental progress. One of the most important lessons of the long game is to embrace incremental progress. Improvements in attention may be subtle at first. A slightly longer period of uninterrupted work, reduced frequency of distractions, or a calmer response to interruptions. These small victories matter because each one strengthens the underlying neural pathways, making subsequent gains easier. For example, a student who gradually increases study sessions from 20 to 40 minutes over several weeks will likely achieve greater long-term concentration than someone attempting 4-hour sessions without preparation. Each incremental increase is a rep for the attention networks, reinforcing their capacity and efficiency. Building resilience against setbacks. Consistency does not mean perfection. Distraction, fatigue, and life's unpredictability will inevitably interfere. The key is resilience, the ability to return to focus after lapses. Each time attention is regained after an interruption, neural circuits for top-down control are strengthened. In other words, moments of distraction are not failures. They are opportunities to practice recovery, which itself builds stronger focus over time. Integrating focus into daily life. The long game also involves integrating focus strategies into daily routines. Daily rituals, structured work periods, mindfulness exercises, and environmental controls are not one-off tactics. They are part of a sustained system for attention management. By embedding these practices into life, the brain is continually trained to sustain focus, even amidst modern distractions. Consider the approach of high-performing professionals. They often schedule recurring blocks of uninterrupted work, combine deep focus with restorative breaks, and use consistent routines to signal the brain that it is time to concentrate. Over months and years, these practices compound, allowing them to perform at peak levels with greater ease and efficiency. Patience with the dopamine system. Patience is also critical when retraining the brain's reward system. Modern distractions constantly spike dopamine, creating a preference for novelty and instant gratification. Retraining this system to reward sustained focus takes time. Small, consistent strategies, rewarding yourself after focused work, breaking tasks into achievable milestones, or reducing exposure to high-stimulation distractions, gradually recalibrate dopamine pathways. This allows attention and motivation to align with long-term goals rather than fleeting impulses. The compounding effect of focus. Perhaps the most profound aspect of the long game is the compounding effect. Just as financial investments grow exponentially over time, consistent attention practice compounds in the brain. Each day of focus builds stronger networks. Each small habit reinforces attention, and each recovered distraction strengthens resilience. Over months and years, these seemingly minor efforts produce transformative results. Enhanced productivity, deeper learning, stronger emotional regulation, and a greater capacity for flow. Focus as a marathon. Mastering focus is less like sprinting and more like running a marathon. It requires consistent effort, deliberate practice, and patient persistence. Quick fixes and occasional deep work are insufficient to rewire the brain for lasting attention. The key is to view each day as an opportunity to invest in your mental infrastructure, understanding that small, consistent actions accumulate into profound change. By embracing the long game, cultivating consistency, and practicing patience, you not only strengthen your ability to concentrate, but also build a foundation for personal mastery, creativity, and meaningful achievement. Focus, like any skill, grows gradually, but its rewards, both tangible and psychological, are immense and enduring. Mastering focus is not an instant transformation. It is a journey that unfolds over time. The neuroscience of attention shows that the brain rewires itself gradually through repeated practice. Each act of concentration, each moment of resisting distraction, and each block of deep work contributes incrementally to building stronger neural pathways. In this sense, focus is less about immediate results and more about playing the long game, cultivating consistency, patience, and resilience. Why consistency matters. Neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to rewire itself, operates on the principle of repetition. Neural circuits that are repeatedly activated strengthen over time, while those that are neglected weaken. This means that brief bursts of attention, while beneficial, are far less effective than sustained, consistent practice. Consider two scenarios. Someone who meditates for 2 hours once a month versus someone who meditates 10 minutes every day. Despite the shorter daily duration, the latter develops far stronger attention networks because the practice is consistent. The cumulative effect of small, repeated actions gradually rewires the prefrontal cortex, strengthens the anterior cingulate cortex, and enhances connections across the attention network. Consistency also builds habits. When focused behaviors become habitual, they require less conscious effort, reducing the mental friction associated with starting a task. Over time, these habits compound, creating a self-reinforcing cycle where focus becomes increasingly natural and resilient. The role of patience. Patience is equally essential. The brain does not change overnight. Just as muscles take weeks or months of training to strengthen, attention networks require repeated stimulation before their efficiency improves. Many people give up too soon, expecting immediate results, only to become frustrated when their focus does not suddenly transform. Scientific research confirms this. Even short-term attention training, like mindfulness or structured deep work, can produce measurable benefits, but lasting change emerges only through months of sustained practice. Understanding this timeline fosters patience, which in turn supports consistency. Knowing that small daily actions accumulate into significant improvement helps maintain motivation and prevents discouragement. Embracing incremental progress. One of the most important lessons of the long game is to embrace incremental progress. Improvements in attention may be subtle at first. A slightly longer period of uninterrupted work, reduced frequency of distractions, or a calmer response to interruptions. These small victories matter because each one strengthens the underlying neural pathways, making subsequent gains easier. For example, a student who gradually increases study sessions from 20 to 40 minutes over several weeks will likely achieve greater long-term concentration than someone attempting 4-hour sessions without preparation. Each incremental increase is a rep for the attention networks, reinforcing their capacity and efficiency. Building resilience against setbacks. Consistency does not mean perfection. Distraction, fatigue, and life's unpredictability will inevitably interfere. The key is resilience, the ability to return to focus after lapses. Each time attention is regained after an interruption, neural circuits for top-down control are strengthened. In other words, moments of distraction are not failures. They are opportunities to practice recovery, which itself builds stronger focus over time. Integrating focus into daily life. The long game also involves integrating focus strategies into daily routines. Daily rituals, structured work periods, mindfulness exercises, and environmental controls are not one-off tactics. They are part of a sustained system for attention management. By embedding these practices into life, the brain is continually trained to sustain focus, even amidst modern distractions. Consider the approach of high-performing professionals. They often schedule recurring blocks of uninterrupted work, combine deep focus with restorative breaks, and use consistent routines to signal the brain that it is time to concentrate. Over months and years, these practices compound, allowing them to perform at peak levels with greater ease and efficiency. Patience with the dopamine system. Patience is also critical when retraining the brain's reward system. Modern distractions constantly spike dopamine, creating a preference for novelty and instant gratification. Retraining this system to reward sustained focus takes time. Small, consistent strategies, rewarding yourself after focused work, breaking tasks into achievable milestones, or reducing exposure to high-stimulation distractions. Gradually recalibrate dopamine pathways. This allows attention and motivation to align with long-term goals rather than fleeting impulses. The compounding effect of focus. Perhaps the most profound aspect of the long game is the compounding effect. Just as financial investments grow exponentially over time, consistent attention practice compounds in the brain. Each day of focus builds stronger networks, each small habit reinforces attention, and each recovered distraction strengthens resilience. Over months and years, these seemingly minor efforts produce transformative results. Enhanced productivity, deeper learning, stronger emotional regulation, and a greater capacity for flow. Focus as a marathon. Mastering focus is less like sprinting and more like running a marathon. It requires consistent effort, deliberate practice, and patient persistence. Quick fixes and occasional deep work are insufficient to rewire the brain for lasting attention. The key is to view each day as an opportunity to invest in your mental infrastructure, understanding that small, consistent actions accumulate into profound change. By embracing the long game, cultivating consistency, and practicing patience, you not only strengthen your ability to concentrate, but also build a foundation for personal mastery, creativity, and meaningful achievement. Focus, like any skill, grows gradually, but its rewards both tangible. To understand what meditation does to your mind, it helps to first look at how the brain behaves when it is not engaged in any particular task. Neuroscientists call this the default mode network, DMN, a web of interconnected brain regions that lights up when your mind is wandering, daydreaming, or thinking about yourself. The DMN includes the medial prefrontal cortex, posterior cingulate cortex, and angular gyrus. These regions are responsible for activities like reflecting on the past, projecting into the future, and creating narratives about who you are. In other words, the DMN fuels the constant stream of thoughts that many people describe as mental chatter or the monkey mind. While this default state is useful for problem-solving and planning, it also has a downside. Overactivity in the DMN has been linked to rumination, anxiety, depression, and reduced happiness. When your brain is left to its own devices, it often gets stuck replaying worries, regrets, or endless what-ifs. This is the brain at rest, busy, restless, and frequently self-critical. Now, compare this with the meditating brain. During meditation, particularly mindfulness and breath-focused practices, studies show a significant decrease in DMN activity. Brain scans reveal that the self-referential areas of the brain go quiet, while regions tied to attention and sensory awareness, like the prefrontal cortex and insula, become more active. This shift moves the brain away from self-centered rumination and into a state of presence. One striking finding is that even when the DMN does activate during meditation, as the mind naturally wanders, experienced meditators show a much faster recovery. Their brains quickly redirect attention back to the present moment, reflecting stronger connections between the prefrontal cortex and other attention networks. This dynamic explains why meditation often feels like a relief. It gives your brain a break from its own noisy narrative. Instead of being caught in an endless loop of thoughts, you tap into direct experience, your breath, your body, the sensations of the now. Over time, this rewiring allows meditators to spend less energy on unhelpful rumination and more on clarity, focus, and calm awareness. In short, the difference between the brain at rest and the meditating brain is the difference between being trapped inside your thoughts and being free to experience life directly. Meditation trains your brain to shift out of its default wandering mode and into a more balanced, intentional state of awareness. Every thought you have, every emotion you feel, and every state of consciousness you experience is accompanied by rhythmic electrical activity in the brain. These patterns, known as brainwaves, are measured in hertz cycles per second and represent the firing rhythm of large groups of neurons. They form the background music of your mind, and just like a symphony, different rhythms produce different moods, levels of awareness, and mental states. In daily life, most people spend much of their time in beta waves, 13 to 30 hertz. These are fast, sharp rhythms that dominate when you are alert, problem-solving, or multitasking. While essential for focus and survival, excessive beta activity is linked with stress, anxiety, and restless thinking. This is the busy brain that many people feel trapped in during a normal day. Meditation begins to shift this symphony. When you close your eyes, slow your breathing, and focus your awareness, your brain naturally moves into alpha waves, 8 to 12 hertz. These slower, smoother rhythms are associated with relaxation, calm attention, and an open, creative state of mind. Alpha waves are like the brain's idle mode, a resting but alert awareness where stress and overthinking begin to fade. As meditation deepens, many practitioners enter theta wave, 4 to 7 Hz states. Theta is most commonly seen in light sleep and dreamlike states, but in meditation, it corresponds to moments of deep calm, intuition, and heightened creativity. This explains why meditators often report fresh insights, vivid imagery, or a sense of timelessness. Theta bridges the conscious and subconscious mind, offering access to layers of awareness normally hidden in everyday life. Advanced meditators, especially those trained in Tibetan traditions, have shown extraordinary bursts of gamma waves, 30 to 100 Hz, during practice. Gamma activity is rare in ordinary states and is associated with peak moments of insight, compassion, and heightened sensory awareness. It represents high-level synchronization across brain regions, almost like the orchestra of the brain playing in perfect harmony. Researchers studying monks with decades of practice found sustained gamma activity that suggested a fundamentally different way of experiencing reality, one rooted in clarity and interconnectedness. Finally, meditation can even influence delta waves, 0.5 to 3 Hz, the slow rhythms of deep, restorative sleep. While these are most common during unconscious states, deep meditation sometimes produces delta-like patterns while the practitioner remains awake. This unique state combines profound rest with alert awareness, offering the body recovery while the mind stays present. What makes meditation remarkable is not just the presence of one type of brainwave, but the fluidity and balance it creates. Instead of being stuck in overstimulated beta or sluggish delta, meditators learn to shift gracefully among states, relaxed yet alert, calm yet aware, present yet expansive. In essence, meditation teaches your brain to become its own conductor. The scattered noise of ordinary thought settles into coherence, and the result is a more harmonious mind, one capable of both deep relaxation and heightened clarity. If brainwaves are the electrical rhythms of the mind, neurotransmitters are its chemical messengers. These tiny molecules carry signals between neurons, shaping how you think, feel, and behave. Everything from your motivation to your ability to relax depends on these chemicals. What makes meditation fascinating is that it doesn't just change your brain's electrical patterns. It also fine-tunes its chemistry, creating a natural balance that many describe as calm, joyful, and deeply focused. One of the key players is dopamine, often called the reward molecule. Dopamine fuels motivation, focus, and the feeling of satisfaction when you achieve something. Meditation, particularly practices that involve sustained attention, has been shown to increase dopamine release. This helps explain why meditators often report enhanced concentration and why the practice can feel both pleasant and rewarding in itself. Next is serotonin, a neurotransmitter critical for mood regulation and emotional stability. Low serotonin levels are linked to depression and anxiety, while healthy levels support feelings of contentment. Mindfulness and compassion-based meditation practices appear to boost serotonin pathways, offering a natural lift in mood. Unlike a fleeting dopamine spike, serotonin's effects are more about steady well-being and emotional balance. Another important chemical is GABA, gamma-aminobutyric acid, the brain's main inhibitory neurotransmitter. Think of GABA as the brake pedal for overstimulation. When GABA activity increases, neurons fire less chaotically, creating a sense of calm. Many anti-anxiety medications work by enhancing GABA, but meditation can naturally boost its activity. This is why a meditation session can leave you feeling less restless, even in stressful situations. Meditation also influences melatonin, the hormone that regulates sleep and circadian rhythms. Evening meditation, especially mindfulness or yoga nidra, has been found to raise melatonin levels, leading to deeper, more restorative sleep. For people struggling with insomnia or irregular sleep cycles, Meditation offers a drug-free method of resetting the body's natural rhythm. And then there are endorphins, the body's natural opioids. These are often released during physical exercise, but deep meditation can also trigger endorphin release. Practitioners sometimes describe states of bliss, lightness, or even euphoria during long sessions, which correlates with endorphin surges that soothe pain and promote a sense of well-being. Together, these shifts in neurotransmitters create a kind of internal chemical harmony. Dopamine sharpens focus, serotonin stabilizes mood, GABA calms the nervous system, melatonin supports rest, and endorphins add a touch of bliss. Unlike artificial stimulants or sedatives, meditation allows your brain to regulate these chemicals in a balanced way, enhancing both mental clarity and emotional resilience. In essence, meditation turns your brain into its own pharmacy. Instead of relying on external substances, your practice unlocks the natural chemical pathways that help you feel more centered, energized, and alive. This biochemical transformation is one reason why even short sessions can leave a lasting impact on your day, and why long-term practice is so often linked to deep shifts in emotional well-being. Meditation doesn't just change brainwaves or neurotransmitters, it also reshapes the activity and structure of specific brain regions. Decades of neuroimaging studies have shown that meditation engages areas responsible for attention, emotional regulation, memory, and bodily awareness. Understanding these regions helps explain why meditation has such profound effects on both mind and body. 1. Prefrontal cortex, PFC. The prefrontal cortex, located at the front of the brain, is often referred to as the CEO of the brain. It governs attention, decision-making, planning, and self-control. Meditation strengthens the PFC by enhancing its connectivity with other brain regions. As a result, meditators become better at focusing on the present moment, resisting distractions, and regulating impulses. This explains why even brief periods of mindfulness can improve concentration and decision-making. 2. Amygdala. The amygdala is the brain's emotional alarm system, responsible for detecting threats and triggering the fight or flight response. Chronic stress can overactivate the amygdala, leading to heightened anxiety and fear responses. Meditation, particularly mindfulness practices, reduces amygdala activity and even decreases its volume over time. This neurological shift translates to calmer emotional reactions, reduced anxiety, and a greater sense of inner peace. 3. Hippocampus. The hippocampus is crucial for memory formation, learning, and emotional regulation. Stress and aging can shrink this region, impairing memory and emotional balance. Meditation has been shown to increase hippocampal gray matter, improving both memory retention and resilience to stress. This may explain why long-term meditators often report sharper mental clarity and an enhanced ability to process emotions. 4. Anterior cingulate cortex, ACC. The anterior cingulate cortex acts as a bridge between cognitive and emotional processing. It plays a key role in self-regulation, error detection, and conflict monitoring. Meditation enhances ACC activity, allowing practitioners to better manage distractions, control impulses, and maintain focus. This neural strengthening supports a calm yet alert mental state, even in challenging circumstances. 5. Insula. The insula is involved in interoception, the awareness of internal bodily states like heartbeat, breathing, and gut sensations. Meditation heightens insular activity, making practitioners more attuned to subtle bodily cues. This improved interoception contributes to better emotional regulation, mindfulness of physical sensations, and a deeper connection between mind and body. 6. Default Mode Network, DMN. Finally, the default mode network, which includes the medial prefrontal cortex and posterior cingulate cortex, quiets down during meditation. The DMN is associated with self-referential thinking, rumination, and mind wandering. By reducing dopamine activity, meditation helps the mind shift from endless chatter to focused awareness and present moment experience. Meditation engages a network of brain regions that work together to enhance attention, regulate emotions, support memory, and increase bodily awareness. Over time, these neurological changes strengthen the mind's ability to remain calm, focused, and resilient. In essence, meditation is a form of mental training that not only changes how you think and feel in the moment but also rewires your brain for long-term emotional and cognitive balance. One of the most remarkable discoveries of modern neuroscience is neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to change its structure and function in response to experience. Meditation is a prime example of this phenomenon. Unlike most activities that affect only your thoughts or emotions temporarily, consistent meditation can lead to lasting physical changes in the brain, reshaping neural pathways in ways that enhance focus, emotional resilience, and well-being. Research using MRI and other imaging techniques has revealed that long-term meditators exhibit thicker gray matter in regions involved in attention, sensory processing, and emotional regulation. The prefrontal cortex, for instance, tends to be more developed, allowing for stronger focus, better decision-making, and improved self-control. This structural enhancement mirrors the improvements in attention and clarity that many meditators report in daily life. Another area that shows structural growth is the hippocampus, critical for memory formation and emotional regulation. Meditation increases hippocampal gray matter density, which helps protect against stress-related damage and supports long-term cognitive health. This may be one reason why meditators often display enhanced learning capacity and greater resilience to emotional challenges. In contrast, the amygdala, the brain's stress and fear center, often shrinks with regular meditation practice. Reduced amygdala volume correlates with decreased stress reactivity and a calmer emotional baseline. Essentially, meditation retrains the brain to respond to challenges more calmly and thoughtfully, rather than reacting impulsively. Meditation also enhances white matter connectivity, the network of fibers that link different brain regions. Stronger connectivity improves communication between the prefrontal cortex, amygdala, and other key areas, creating a more integrated and harmonious brain. This helps explain why long-term practitioners experience improved emotional regulation, better focus, and a greater sense of balance. Importantly, these changes are dose-dependent. Even short-term meditation programs, such as 8-week mindfulness courses, can produce measurable changes in gray matter density and functional connectivity. Long-term, daily practice amplifies these effects, leading to profound and lasting neuroplastic adaptations. Neuroplasticity also explains why meditation can counteract some of the effects of aging. Studies show that older adults who meditate regularly maintain more gray matter than non-meditators, slowing age-related cognitive decline. In other words, meditation acts as both mental and structural brain training, enhancing performance while protecting the brain's architecture over time. Meditation transforms the brain on a structural level, not just a functional one. By consistently practicing mindfulness, focus, or compassion-based meditation, you are literally sculpting your neural circuits, strengthening areas that support attention, emotional regulation, and resilience, while reducing the influence of circuits tied to stress and overthinking. This is the neurological foundation for why meditation doesn't just feel good, it reshapes who you are at the brain level. Stress is a natural part of life, but chronic stress can wreak havoc on both the body and the brain. When you perceive a threat, real or imagined, your hypothalamic pituitary adrenal, HPA, axis is activated, triggering the release of cortisol, the body's primary stress hormone. While cortisol is essential for short-term survival, prolonged elevation can impair immune function, damage neurons in the hippocampus, shrink gray matter, and contribute to anxiety, depression, and even cardiovascular problems. Meditation offers a powerful antidote by directly modulating this stress response. When you meditate, your body activates the parasympathetic nervous system, often called the rest and digest system. This counters the fight-or-flight response of the sympathetic nervous system. Heart rate slows, blood pressure drops, and cortisol levels decrease. Even brief meditation sessions can produce measurable reductions in stress markers, helping the body move from a state of tension to one of calm and recovery. Neuroscience explains these effects in terms of specific brain regions. The amygdala, the emotional alarm center of the brain, becomes less reactive with consistent meditation. Functional MRI studies show reduced amygdala activation in meditators, which translates into calmer responses to stressors. At the same time, the prefrontal cortex, responsible for rational thought and executive control, strengthens its regulatory influence over the amygdala. This enhanced top-down control allows meditators to observe stressful situations without being overwhelmed by automatic fear or anxiety reactions. Meditation also improves emotional resilience. By repeatedly practicing non-reactive awareness, observing thoughts, sensations, and emotions without judgment, your brain learns to respond rather than react. This rewiring strengthens neural pathways involved in emotional regulation and reduces the habitual cycle of rumination, which is a major contributor to chronic stress. Over time, meditators report feeling less anxious in daily life, even in situations that would previously have triggered significant stress. Additionally, meditation has systemic effects on stress-related physiology. Studies show reductions in inflammatory markers, improvements in heart rate variability, an indicator of autonomic nervous system balance, and enhanced immune function. These physical benefits complement the neurological changes, creating a holistic stress relief effect that touches mind, brain, and body. Importantly, meditation's stress-reducing effects are dose-dependent. Even short daily sessions of 10 to 20 minutes can produce noticeable benefits, while long-term, consistent practice maximizes the reduction of cortisol and strengthens the brain's resilience networks. This combination of immediate and cumulative effects makes meditation a uniquely accessible and sustainable tool for managing stress. Meditation reshapes how your brain and body respond to stress. By quieting the amygdala, strengthening prefrontal control, enhancing emotional regulation, and balancing the autonomic nervous system, meditation not only reduces the immediate sensations of stress, but also builds long-term resilience. In a world filled with constant demands and pressures, this makes meditation a critical practice for maintaining mental, emotional, and physical health. One of the most profound effects of meditation is its ability to transform how we experience ourselves. In daily life, much of our mental energy is consumed by the constant chatter of the mind. Thoughts about the past, worries about the future, and stories about who we are. This self-referential thinking is largely governed by the default mode network, DMN, which includes regions such as the medial prefrontal cortex and posterior cingulate cortex. While the DMN plays an important role in planning and self-reflection, overactivity can lead to rumination, anxiety, and a rigid sense of self. Meditation alters this dynamic. Practices like mindfulness and breath-focused awareness quiet the DMN, reducing the constant inner narrative. Brain imaging studies reveal that meditators exhibit less activation in self-centered regions, while simultaneously increasing connectivity in areas associated with attention, sensory perception, and present moment awareness. The result is a shift from being trapped in thought to experiencing life more directly, moment by moment. This neurological shift has deep psychological implications. By decreasing habitual self-referential thinking, meditation encourages a sense of observer awareness, the ability to notice thoughts and emotions without identifying with them. For example, instead of thinking, "I am stressed," a meditator may notice, "Stress is arising in my body," creating a separation between experience and identity. This subtle shift reduces reactivity and increases emotional resilience. Advanced meditators often report experiences of ego dissolution, where the boundaries between self and environment soften. Neuroscientific studies suggest that these experiences correspond to decreased activity in the parietal lobes, regions responsible for mapping the body and distinguishing self from others. The mind's rigid sense of I and mine relaxes, allowing a feeling of interconnectedness and unity. While these states may seem spiritual or mystical, they have measurable neurological correlates and are accessible through consistent practice. Meditation also strengthens the insula, a region that integrates bodily sensations with emotional and cognitive awareness. Enhanced interoception, the ability to sense internal bodily states, supports a grounded sense of presence. When meditators are more attuned to subtle bodily cues like heartbeat, breathing, or tension, they develop a deeper connection to themselves that is not defined by fleeting thoughts or external labels. Meditation reshapes the experience of self. It reduces over-identification with thoughts, quiets the DMN, and enhances awareness of the present moment. This allows practitioners to approach life with less reactivity, more clarity, and a greater sense of openness. Over time, these changes can shift not only mental and emotional patterns but also fundamental aspects of identity, fostering compassion, equanimity, and a profound sense of inner freedom. By training the brain to move beyond habitual self-focus, meditation offers more than relaxation. It provides a pathway to transform how you perceive yourself, others, and reality itself. One of the most profound effects of meditation is its ability to transform how we experience ourselves. In daily life, much of our mental energy is consumed by the constant chatter of the mind. Thoughts about the past, worries about the future, and stories about who we are. This self-referential thinking is largely governed by the default mode network, DMN, which includes regions such as the medial prefrontal cortex and posterior cingulate cortex. While the DMN plays an important role in planning and self-reflection, overactivity can lead to rumination, anxiety, and a rigid sense of self. Meditation alters this dynamic. Practices like mindfulness and breath-focused awareness quiet the DMN, reducing the constant inner narrative. Brain imaging studies reveal that meditators exhibit less activation in self-centered regions while simultaneously increasing connectivity in areas associated with attention, sensory perception, and present moment awareness. The result is a shift from being trapped in thought to experiencing life more directly, moment by moment. This neurological shift has deep psychological implications. By decreasing habitual self-referential thinking, meditation encourages a sense of observer awareness, the ability to notice thoughts and emotions without identifying with them. For example, instead of thinking, "I am stressed," a meditator may notice, "Stress is arising in my body," creating a separation between experience and identity. This subtle shift reduces reactivity and increases emotional resilience. Advanced meditators often report experiences of ego dissolution, where the boundaries between self and environment soften. Neuroscientific studies suggest that these experiences correspond to decreased activity in the parietal lobes, regions responsible for mapping the body and distinguishing self from others. The mind's rigid sense of I and mine relaxes, allowing a feeling of interconnectedness and unity. While these states may seem spiritual or mystical, they have measurable neurological correlates and are accessible through consistent practice. Meditation also strengthens the insula, a region that integrates bodily sensations with emotional and cognitive awareness. Enhanced interoception, the ability to sense internal bodily states, supports a grounded sense of presence. When meditators are more attuned to subtle bodily cues like heartbeat, breathing, or tension, they develop a deeper connection to themselves that is not defined by fleeting thoughts or external labels. Meditation reshapes the experience of self. It reduces over-identification with thoughts, quiets the DMN, and enhances awareness of the present moment. This allows practitioners to approach life with less reactivity, more clarity, and a greater sense of openness. Over time, These changes can shift not only mental and emotional patterns but also fundamental aspects of identity, fostering compassion, equanimity, and a profound sense of inner freedom. By training the brain to move beyond habitual self-focus, meditation offers more than relaxation. It provides a pathway to transform how you perceive yourself, others, and reality itself. Not all meditation is the same. While all forms share a common goal of cultivating awareness and mental balance, different practices engage the brain in unique ways, producing distinct neural patterns and benefits. Understanding these differences can help you choose the style that aligns with your goals, whether that's reducing stress, enhancing focus, or developing compassion. 1. Mindfulness meditation. Mindfulness meditation, derived from Buddhist traditions, focuses on present-moment awareness. Practitioners observe thoughts, emotions, and bodily sensations without judgment. Neuroscientific studies show that mindfulness enhances prefrontal cortex activity, improving attention, self-regulation, and decision-making. It also quiets the default mode network, DMN, reducing mind-wandering and self-referential thinking. Over time, mindfulness meditation strengthens the insula, heightening interoception, and the hippocampus, supporting emotional regulation and memory. 2. Concentration or focused attention meditation. Focused attention meditation involves concentrating on a single object, such as the breath, a mantra, or a visual point. This practice primarily engages the anterior cingulate cortex, ACC, a brain region involved in error detection, sustained attention, and cognitive control. By repeatedly redirecting attention back to the object, practitioners enhance attentional networks and build mental discipline. EEG studies reveal increased theta and alpha wave activity, reflecting a state of relaxed focus and enhanced cognitive integration. 3. Loving-kindness metta meditation. Loving-kindness meditation cultivates feelings of compassion and goodwill toward oneself and others. Functional MRI scans show that metta practice activates the insula and anterior cingulate cortex, regions associated with empathy and social cognition. It also stimulates the ventral striatum, which governs reward and positive emotion, explaining why long-term practitioners report increased happiness, reduced anger, and greater social connectedness. 4. Transcendental meditation, TM. Transcendental meditation uses the silent repetition of a mantra to quiet the mind. TM has been shown to increase alpha coherence across the brain, suggesting enhanced synchronization of neural networks. Long-term practitioners display reduced amygdala reactivity, leading to lower stress levels and heightened gamma activity, which is linked to insight, awareness, and higher-order cognitive processing. 5. Yoga Nidra and body scan practices. These forms of guided meditation focus on deep relaxation and body awareness. Neuroimaging indicates increased parasympathetic activation and reductions in cortisol. Brainwave patterns shift toward theta and delta rhythms, which are usually associated with deep sleep or unconscious states. This explains why practitioners often experience profound restorative effects, including emotional release and enhanced somatic awareness. 6. Open monitoring and insight meditation. Open monitoring meditation involves observing experiences without focusing on a single object. This practice enhances meta-awareness and develops non-reactivity. EEG studies reveal gamma synchronization and strengthened connectivity between attention and sensory networks. Long-term effects include heightened perceptual clarity, emotional stability, and a deeper understanding of self and environment. Different meditation styles produce distinct but complementary brain effects. While some enhance attention and focus, others cultivate emotional resilience, compassion, or deep relaxation. By understanding these neural signatures, practitioners can choose or combine techniques to achieve targeted benefits, optimizing their mental, emotional, and physiological health. Meditation is often framed as both a spiritual practice and a scientific phenomenon. While neuroscience explains the changes in brainwaves, neurotransmitters, and neural structure, many practitioners experience meditation as a deeply spiritual journey, one that transcends thought, ego, and ordinary perception. The fascinating aspect is that science and spirituality, rather than contradicting each other, often complement and illuminate the practice of meditation. From a spiritual perspective, meditation is a pathway to self-realization, inner peace, and connection with something greater than the individual self. Traditions such as Buddhism, Hinduism, and Taoism describe meditation as a means to cultivate awareness, compassion, and a sense of unity with the universe. Experiences like ego dissolution, heightened intuition, and profound bliss are reported across cultures and spiritual practices. These experiences are often described as mystical, yet neuroscience provides a framework for understanding what is happening in the brain during such states. Research shows that during deep meditation, the default mode network, DMN, quiets down, which aligns with reports of diminished self-centered thinking. Simultaneously, regions like the insula and anterior cingulate cortex become more active, enhancing interoception and emotional regulation. Advanced meditators often display bursts of gamma wave activity, associated with insight, heightened awareness, and feelings of interconnectedness. From a scientific standpoint, these neurological patterns correlate with spiritual experiences of unity, presence, and transcendence. Furthermore, meditation often increases compassion and altruism, which many spiritual traditions view as central to personal growth. The neural basis for this can be observed in heightened activity of the ventral striatum and prefrontal cortex, areas linked to reward and empathy. Science thus provides measurable evidence for effects that have long been described in spiritual literature. Meditation not only transforms the individual but also fosters prosocial behavior and emotional harmony. Importantly, the convergence of science and spirituality demonstrates that meditation is not purely subjective or mystical. It produces real, observable changes in brain structure, chemistry, and function. Yet, it also opens the door to experiences that transcend conventional scientific explanation. A deep sense of presence, timelessness, and interconnectedness that many describe as sacred. This dual nature allows meditation to be both a practical tool for mental health and a gateway to spiritual exploration. Ultimately, meditation bridges the gap between the inner world of subjective experience and the measurable world of neuroscience. It shows that what humans have long considered spiritual phenomena, peace, clarity, compassion, and transcendence, can be grounded in biological processes, while still retaining their profound experiential significance. Meditation thus stands as a rare practice where science and spirituality enhance each other, offering both measurable benefits and a path toward deeper understanding of the mind, self, and the universe. Meditation is often framed as both a spiritual practice and a scientific phenomenon. While neuroscience explains the changes in brainwaves, neurotransmitters, and neural structure, many practitioners experience meditation as a deeply spiritual journey, one that transcends thought, ego, and ordinary perception. The fascinating aspect is that science and spirituality, rather than contradicting each other, often complement and illuminate the practice of meditation. From a spiritual perspective, meditation is a pathway to self-realization, inner peace, and connection with something greater than the individual self. Traditions such as Buddhism, Hinduism, and Taoism describe meditation as a means to cultivate awareness, compassion, and a sense of unity with the universe. Experiences like ego dissolution, heightened intuition, and profound bliss are reported across cultures and spiritual practices. These experiences are often described as mystical, yet neuroscience provides a framework for understanding what is happening in the brain during such states. Research shows that during deep meditation, the default mode network, DMN, quiets down, which aligns with reports of diminished self-centered thinking. Simultaneously, regions like the insula and anterior cingulate cortex become more active, enhancing interoception and emotional regulation. Advanced meditators often display bursts of gamma wave activity, associated with insight, heightened awareness, and feelings of interconnectedness. From a scientific standpoint, these neurological patterns correlate with spiritual experiences of unity, presence, and transcendence. Furthermore, meditation often increases compassion and altruism, which many spiritual traditions view as central to personal growth. The neural basis for this can be observed in heightened activity of the ventral striatum and prefrontal cortex, areas linked to reward and empathy. Science thus provides measurable evidence for effects that have long been described in spiritual literature. Meditation not only transforms the individual but also fosters prosocial behavior and emotional harmony. Importantly, the convergence of science and spirituality demonstrates that meditation is not purely subjective or mystical. It produces real, observable changes in brain structure, chemistry, and function. Yet, it also opens the door to experiences that transcend conventional scientific explanation. A deep sense of presence, timelessness, and interconnectedness that many describe as sacred. This dual nature allows meditation to be both a practical tool for mental health and a gateway to spiritual exploration. Ultimately, meditation bridges the gap between the inner world of subjective experience and the measurable world of neuroscience. It shows that what humans have long considered spiritual phenomena, peace, clarity, compassion, and transcendence, can be grounded in biological processes, while still retaining their profound experiential significance. Meditation thus stands as a rare practice where science and spirituality enhance each other, offering both measurable benefits and a path toward deeper understanding of the mind, self, and the universe. Meditation is far more than a method for relaxation or spiritual exploration. It is a powerful form of brain training. Through regular practice, it reshapes neural pathways, balances neurotransmitters, and strengthens key brain regions involved in attention, emotional regulation, and self-awareness. The effects are both immediate and long-lasting, providing tools to navigate daily stress while fostering deep, enduring changes in the mind and body. Scientific research has shown that meditation quiets the default mode network, enhances prefrontal control over the amygdala, and promotes structural growth in areas like the hippocampus and insula. Neurotransmitters such as dopamine, serotonin, and GABA are regulated, supporting focus, mood stability, and calmness. Brainwave patterns shift toward alpha, theta, and gamma rhythms, creating a state of relaxed awareness, heightened creativity, and peak cognitive functioning. Over time, these electrical, chemical, and structural changes combine to produce profound improvements in attention, emotional resilience, empathy, and overall well-being. Beyond the measurable science, meditation also cultivates a deeper sense of presence and connection. It allows us to step outside the habitual patterns of thought, observe emotions without over-identifying with them, and experience life more fully. The practice blurs the boundary between self and environment, opening pathways to compassion, insight, and inner peace. Meditation teaches the brain to function with clarity, balance, and flexibility. Like physical exercise strengthens muscles, Meditation strengthens the mind, rewiring it for focus, calm, and resilience. Whether practiced for a few minutes a day or as a lifelong commitment, meditation is a tool that transforms not only how you think and feel but how you live. In a world filled with constant distractions, demands, and stressors, meditation offers a rare and accessible way to train your brain, cultivate presence, and unlock the full potential of your mind for today, tomorrow, and a lifetime. Have you ever sat down to meditate, maybe just focusing on your breath for a few minutes, and noticed how quickly your mind starts to wander? One moment you're present, and the next you're planning dinner, replaying a conversation, or stressing about tomorrow. But here's the fascinating part. While your attention is bouncing around, your brain is undergoing real, measurable changes. Meditation isn't just a spiritual practice or a way to relax. Neuroscience has revealed that it literally reshapes your brain, rewiring circuits, changing the chemistry of your mind, and even altering how you experience yourself and the world. In fact, just a few minutes of consistent meditation can activate the same neural pathways that help you focus, regulate emotions, and reduce stress. And over time, these changes become permanent, transforming your brain at the structural level. Think of it this way. Every time you sit to meditate, you're essentially training your brain the way an athlete trains their muscles. Your prefrontal cortex, the part responsible for focus and decision-making, grows stronger. The amygdala, the fear and stress center, calms down. Neurotransmitters like dopamine and serotonin rise, leaving you feeling clearer, calmer, and more balanced. And perhaps most astonishing of all, advanced meditators show bursts of high-frequency gamma waves, brain activity linked to insight, compassion, and peak states of consciousness. It's as if meditation unlocks hidden modes of human potential that science is only beginning to understand. So the question isn't just, does meditation work? The real question is, what kind of brain do you want to create? In this video, we're going to explore exactly what happens in your brain when you meditate, and why even a few minutes a day can change your mind, your body, and ultimately your entire life. To truly understand how dopamine drives motivation, habits, and even addiction, we first need to look inside the brain and understand what dopamine is and how it works. Dopamine is a type of neurotransmitter, a chemical messenger that allows neurons to communicate with each other. Unlike the electrical signals in your nervous system, neurotransmitters are chemicals that travel across tiny gaps called synapses, carrying instructions from one neuron to the next. Dopamine, in particular, plays a key role in reward processing, learning, movement, and emotional regulation. Dopamine-producing regions. Dopamine is produced mainly in two areas of the brain: the ventral tegmental area, VTA, and the substantia nigra. The VTA, located deep in the midbrain, is part of the brain's reward circuitry. It sends dopamine to several critical regions, including the nucleus accumbens and prefrontal cortex, both of which are heavily involved in motivation, decision-making, and emotional responses. The substantia nigra, also in the midbrain, is primarily responsible for movement control. This is why dopamine deficits in this area are linked to disorders like Parkinson's disease, which causes tremors, stiffness, and difficulty with voluntary movement. These areas are connected by dopamine pathways, highways along which dopamine travels to deliver its messages. The four major dopamine pathways. Understanding these pathways is key to grasping how dopamine affects behavior. Mesolimbic pathway, often called the brain's reward pathway, it connects the VTA to the nucleus accumbens. This pathway is central to motivation and the feelings of pleasure associated with rewards. Whenever you achieve something satisfying, completing a project, eating a delicious meal, or winning a game, this pathway lights up with dopamine. Mesocortical pathway. This pathway links the VTA to the prefrontal cortex. It plays a major role in executive functions, such as planning, decision-making, and emotional regulation. Dysregulation here can contribute to impulsivity, poor decision-making, and certain mental health disorders. Nigrostriatal pathway, running from the substantia nigra to the striatum. This pathway regulates movement and coordination. Damage or dopamine deficiency here is the hallmark of Parkinson's disease. Tuberoinfundibular pathway, extending from the hypothalamus to the pituitary gland. This pathway controls hormonal functions, such as the regulation of prolactin, which influences reproductive and metabolic processes. Dopamine's role beyond feeling good. Is a common misconception that dopamine's main function is to make you feel pleasure. While it contributes to enjoyment, its primary role is actually motivation and learning. Dopamine spikes when we anticipate rewards, not just when we receive them. This anticipatory surge is what pushes us to take action, seek opportunities, and repeat behaviors that help us survive and thrive. This mechanism also underlies reward prediction error, a fundamental concept in neuroscience. When an outcome is better than expected, dopamine neurons fire strongly, signaling that we should repeat the behavior. When it matches expectations, firing remains neutral, and when the outcome is worse than expected, dopamine firing decreases, discouraging the behavior. This system teaches our brains what to pursue, what to avoid, and how to adapt to a changing environment. Dopamine receptors. Dopamine doesn't act alone. Its effects depend on dopamine receptors, proteins on neurons that detect the chemical and trigger cellular responses. There are 5 main types, D1 through D5, each with specialized roles in movement, motivation, memory, and learning. The sensitivity and number of these receptors can change based on genetics, experiences, and lifestyle factors, which helps explain why some people are more prone to addiction or motivation deficits than others. Dopamine is the brain's messenger of motivation. It flows through complex networks, reinforcing behaviors, guiding decisions, and shaping habits. By understanding its biology, we begin to see why it is both a source of drive and a potential vulnerability. The pathways, receptors, and mechanisms of dopamine set the stage for how humans learn, strive, and sometimes fall into addictive cycles. Dopamine is often misunderstood as simply the pleasure chemical, but its true role goes much deeper. Rather than just making us feel good, dopamine is fundamentally about motivation, drive, and the pursuit of goals. It's the invisible force that propels you to take action, overcome obstacles, and chase rewards, even when the effort is challenging or delayed. Motivation versus pleasure. The distinction between pleasure and motivation is crucial. Pleasure, or liking, is the enjoyment you feel after achieving a goal. Motivation, or wanting, is the urge to pursue that goal in the first place, and that's where dopamine shines. Neuroscientists have discovered that dopamine spikes not when we receive a reward, but when we anticipate it. This is why imagining success or envisioning a reward can be so compelling. Your brain is already flooding your circuits with dopamine, pushing you to act. For example, an athlete might feel a surge of anticipation before a competition. A student might become laser-focused while preparing for an exam, and a creative professional might feel a burst of energy when envisioning the completion of a project. In each case, dopamine is driving the effort toward the reward, not just the enjoyment of it. The role of reward prediction. One key mechanism by which dopamine drives motivation is reward prediction error, RPE. This concept explains how your brain learns which actions are worth pursuing. When an outcome is better than expected, dopamine neurons fire strongly, reinforcing the behavior that led to the reward. When outcomes match expectations, dopamine levels remain steady. And when the outcome is worse than expected, dopamine activity drops, discouraging that behavior. This system is why we develop habits and learn from experience. Dopamine doesn't just respond to rewards. It teaches the brain what is valuable, helping us make smarter choices over time. dopamine and goal-directed behavior. High dopamine activity enhances focus, energy, and persistence, making it easier to tackle challenges and pursue long-term goals. It supports executive functions like planning, prioritization, and self-control, all of which are critical for success. Without adequate dopamine signaling, even simple tasks can feel overwhelming, and motivation can plummet. Interestingly, dopamine is not only about big rewards, it also responds to small, incremental progress. Completing a small task, hitting a minor milestone, or receiving positive feedback triggers dopamine spikes, creating a sense of achievement that encourages continued effort. This is why breaking larger goals into smaller, manageable steps is so effective. Each small win generates dopamine, keeping motivation alive. Understanding dopamine's role in motivation has profound implications for daily life. Set clear, achievable goals. Dopamine responds strongly to well-defined targets. Celebrate small wins. Each minor achievement reinforces motivation and keeps the brain engaged. Focus on anticipation. Visualizing success or the benefits of a task can boost dopamine and drive action. Avoid constant overstimulation. Overexposure to instant rewards, social media, junk food, can desensitize your dopamine system, reducing motivation over time. Dopamine is the brain's engine of action, turning desire into effort and effort into progress. By understanding and harnessing this hidden driver, we can fuel motivation, build productive habits, and move closer to our goals every day. Dopamine doesn't just drive short-term motivation. It also plays a central role in habit formation. Habits are the brain's way of automating behavior, freeing mental energy for more complex tasks. And dopamine is the chemical signal that tells the brain which behaviors are worth repeating. In other words, it rewards actions that lead to positive outcomes and reinforces patterns over time. The habit loop. The process of habit formation can be broken down into a simple cycle known as the habit loop, which consists of three components. Cue, a trigger that initiates the behavior. This could be an external signal like seeing your phone, or an internal one such as feeling stressed or bored. Routine, the behavior itself, such as scrolling social media, exercising, or reaching for a snack. Reward, the positive outcome that reinforces the behavior, often producing a dopamine spike. Dopamine is especially active at the anticipation stage, the moment between cue and reward. The brain essentially says, if I perform this behavior, I might get something valuable. That surge of dopamine makes the behavior feel compelling and motivates repetition. Over time, this loop strengthens neural connections, turning the behavior into an automatic habit. Healthy versus harmful habits. Dopamine doesn't discriminate between beneficial and harmful habits. Healthy habits like exercising, practicing a skill, or completing work tasks trigger dopamine and reinforce constructive behaviors. On the other hand, harmful habits, such as binge eating, gambling, or compulsive social media use, also hijack dopamine pathways, creating cycles that are hard to break. For instance, checking notifications on your phone produces a quick dopamine hit, encouraging repeated behavior. Similarly, eating sugary foods floods the brain with dopamine, reinforcing cravings and habitual consumption. Over time, these behaviors can become compulsive, even when they no longer serve long-term goals. Dopamine and reinforcement learning. Dopamine also underlies reinforcement learning, the process by which the brain adapts behavior based on feedback. When a behavior leads to a positive or unexpected reward, dopamine activity increases, strengthening the neural circuits associated with that behavior. Conversely, if the outcome is negative or disappointing, dopamine activity decreases, discouraging repetition. This learning mechanism explains why habits are so persistent. The more a behavior is reinforced by dopamine, the more automatic it becomes. Even after a long period of not performing the habit, the neural pathways remain primed for reactivation, which is why relapses, both in bad habits and addictions, are common. Practical implications. Understanding dopamine's role in habit formation allows us to design better routines. Start small. Break larger behaviors into manageable steps to generate frequent dopamine spikes. Pair cues with rewards. Associate desired behaviors with clear, positive outcomes to reinforce repetition. Reduce harmful triggers. Limit exposure to cues that prompt negative habits. Leverage anticipation. Visualizing rewards or outcomes can stimulate dopamine and strengthen motivation. Dopamine is not just about motivation. It is the chemical glue that binds repeated behavior into habits. By learning how to work with these neural circuits rather than against them, we can build productive routines, break destructive patterns, and use the brain's natural reward system to our advantage. While dopamine is essential for motivation, learning, and habit formation, it can also be hijacked, leading to addiction. Addiction, whether to substances like drugs and alcohol or behaviors like gambling, social media, and gaming, represents a pathological overactivation of the brain's dopamine system. Understanding this process reveals why certain behaviors feel irresistible and why breaking them can be so challenging. How addiction hijacks dopamine. When we experience something rewarding, dopamine is released in the mesolimbic pathway, also known as the brain's reward pathway. This surge signals the brain to repeat the behavior, reinforcing learning and habit formation. However, addictive substances or behaviors create unnaturally large dopamine spikes, far beyond what natural rewards produce. For example, cocaine blocks the reuptake of dopamine, flooding the brain and creating intense euphoria. Opioids trigger massive dopamine release indirectly by suppressing inhibitory neurons. Behavioral addictions like social media or online gaming exploit the brain's reward system by providing unpredictable rewards, such as likes, notifications, or in-game achievements. Over time, the brain responds to these overwhelming dopamine surges by reducing receptor sensitivity and producing less natural dopamine, a process called downregulation. This creates tolerance, meaning the individual must seek higher or more frequent stimulation to achieve the same effect. The addiction cycle. Addiction often follows a predictable cycle. Craving. Dopamine anticipates the reward, creating a powerful urge. Behavior. The addictive behavior is performed. Reward. A temporary dopamine surge reinforces the behavior. Deficit/withdrawal. Reduced dopamine activity leaves the individual feeling low, anxious, or irritable, prompting further cravings. This cycle explains why addiction can feel like a loop that's impossible to break. Even after abstaining for a period, cues and triggers can reactivate the pathway, leading to relapse. Behavioral addictions. It's important to note that dopamine-driven addiction isn't limited to substances. Behavioral addictions can be equally powerful because they exploit the same reward pathways. Unpredictable, variable rewards, such as winning a game, receiving a notification, or completing a puzzle, create strong dopamine responses, reinforcing repetition. Over time, the brain begins to prioritize these behaviors over natural rewards, like social interaction, exercise, or learning. Implications for recovery. Breaking addiction requires rebalancing the dopamine system. This can involve behavioral therapy, identifying triggers, practicing self-control, and replacing harmful habits with healthier alternatives. Lifestyle changes. Regular exercise, proper nutrition, and sufficient sleep help restore natural dopamine function. Mindfulness practices. Observing cravings without acting on them can reduce compulsive behavior. Understanding the link between dopamine and addiction is crucial. The same chemical that fuels motivation, learning, and goal-directed behavior can also lead to destructive cycles if overstimulated or mismanaged. By recognizing how dopamine operates, individuals can develop strategies to regain control over their behaviors and restore balance to their brain's reward system. Dopamine is essential for motivation, reward, and learning, but when its delicate balance is disrupted, it can have profound effects on mental health. Both too little and too much dopamine activity in specific brain regions are linked to a variety of psychological and neurological disorders. Understanding these patterns helps explain why some individuals struggle with motivation, focus, or emotional regulation. Low dopamine and depression. One of the most common consequences of low dopamine activity is depression, particularly the symptom known as anhedonia, or the inability to feel pleasure. In people experiencing depression, dopamine signaling in the mesolimbic pathway is often reduced, making even enjoyable activities feel dull or unmotivating. This low dopamine state contributes not only to a lack of pleasure but also to fatigue, poor concentration, and reduced goal-directed behavior. Without sufficient dopamine, the brain struggles to anticipate rewards, leaving individuals feeling stuck and unable to take action, even for tasks that were once meaningful. Dopamine and ADHD. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is another condition closely linked to dopamine dysregulation. Research shows that individuals with ADHD often have lower dopamine signaling in the prefrontal cortex, a region critical for attention, executive function, and impulse control. This deficiency explains common ADHD symptoms: difficulty sustaining focus, impulsivity, and challenges in completing tasks. Medications like methylphenidate, Ritalin, or amphetamine-based drugs work by increasing dopamine availability in these regions, helping improve focus, reduce impulsivity, and enhance motivation. Excess dopamine and psychosis. Conversely, excess dopamine activity in certain brain areas can contribute to psychotic symptoms, such as hallucinations and delusions, commonly seen in schizophrenia. Hyperactive dopamine signaling in the mesolimbic pathway amplifies the brain's response to stimuli, causing individuals to misinterpret ordinary events as highly significant or threatening. This highlights that dopamine's role in mental health is not just about more or less, it's about balance. Both deficits and excesses in specific circuits can disrupt cognition, emotion, and behavior. Implications for mood and behavior. Dopamine dysregulation doesn't only manifest as clinical disorders. Even minor imbalances can affect motivation, stress response, and emotional regulation. For example, chronic stress, poor sleep, or unhealthy diet can temporarily impair dopamine signaling, leaving individuals more irritable, fatigued, or less motivated. Over time, repeated disruptions can make the brain more vulnerable to depression, anxiety, or addictive behaviors. Strategies to support healthy dopamine function. Maintaining balanced dopamine levels is crucial for mental well-being. Effective strategies include regular exercise, boosts dopamine production and receptor sensitivity. Adequate sleep, supports receptor function and overall neurotransmitter balance. Balanced nutrition, tyrosine-rich foods and vitamins like B6 support dopamine synthesis. Mindfulness and stress management, reduces dopamine-depleting chronic stress. Purposeful goals and rewarding activities, stimulate natural dopamine release and reinforce positive behaviors. By understanding how dopamine contributes to mental health, we can better recognize early signs of imbalance and take proactive steps to maintain emotional, cognitive, and motivational resilience. Dopamine levels and receptor activity are not determined solely by genetics. They are heavily influenced by our environment and lifestyle choices. The foods we eat, how we move, how we sleep, and even the level of novelty in our lives can all affect dopamine production and function. By understanding these factors, we can optimize our brain chemistry to enhance motivation, focus, and well-being. Diet and nutrition. Nutrition plays a central role in dopamine synthesis. The neurotransmitter is made from the amino acid tyrosine, which is found in protein-rich foods such as chicken, turkey, eggs, dairy, soy, and legumes. Adequate levels of vitamin B6, magnesium, and omega-3 fatty acids are also essential, as they help convert tyrosine into dopamine and maintain receptor health. Conversely, diets high in sugar and processed foods can cause short-term dopamine spikes followed by crashes. Over time, these spikes may desensitize dopamine receptors, reducing motivation and reward sensitivity. A balanced, nutrient-rich diet supports steady dopamine signaling and cognitive performance. Exercise. Physical activity is one of the most effective ways to boost dopamine naturally. Exercise stimulates dopamine release and increases receptor sensitivity, enhancing mood, energy, and focus. Both aerobic exercise like running or swimming and resistance training like weightlifting are beneficial. Even short bursts of movement can provide a noticeable dopamine boost, which explains why exercise often improves productivity and motivation. Sleep. Sleep profoundly impacts dopamine receptor function. During adequate rest, the brain restores receptor sensitivity and maintains proper neurotransmitter balance. Chronic sleep deprivation, on the other hand, reduces dopamine receptor availability, leading to fatigue, lack of motivation, poor decision-making, and impaired learning. Prioritizing regular, high-quality sleep is therefore essential for optimal dopamine function. Novelty and challenge. Dopamine thrives on novelty and challenge. Engaging in new experiences, learning new skills, or tackling tasks outside your comfort zone stimulates dopamine release. This explains why exploring new hobbies, traveling, or setting ambitious goals can be so motivating. Novelty triggers dopamine by signaling that the brain may encounter a valuable reward, reinforcing curiosity and exploration. Stress and environment. Chronic stress negatively affects dopamine signaling. High cortisol levels can reduce dopamine production and receptor sensitivity, leaving you feeling unmotivated and emotionally drained. Conversely, supportive environments that encourage learning, achievement, and social connection can promote healthy dopamine activity. Spending time outdoors, practicing mindfulness, and maintaining meaningful relationships all contribute to balanced dopamine levels. Practical strategies. To optimize dopamine naturally, eat a tyrosine-rich, nutrient-dense diet to fuel production. Engage in regular physical activity, alternating aerobic and resistance exercises. Prioritize 7 to 9 hours of quality sleep per night. Seek novel experiences and challenges to stimulate motivation. Reduce chronic stress through meditation, breathing exercises, and social support. By intentionally shaping your environment and lifestyle, you can support dopamine function, improve mental clarity, boost motivation, and reduce the risk of addictive or compulsive behaviors. Dopamine is not just a chemical, it's a dynamic system that responds to how we live, giving us the power to influence our brain chemistry and, ultimately, our behaviors. Dopamine is not just a passive chemical. It can be actively harnessed to enhance motivation, focus, and overall well-being. By understanding how dopamine works, we can structure our daily routines, goals, and environments to support its healthy function while avoiding overstimulation and burnout. Set clear, achievable goals. Dopamine responds strongly to anticipation and progress. Breaking larger goals into smaller, actionable steps generates frequent dopamine spikes, reinforcing motivation and sustaining effort. For example, if your goal is to write a book, focus on completing one chapter or section at a time. Each small win produces a dopamine surge, creating a positive feedback loop that encourages continued action. Celebrate small wins. Don't wait for major milestones to reward yourself. Even minor achievements, like completing a task or learning a new skill, stimulate dopamine release. These small rewards reinforce your progress and keep motivation high. Simple celebrations, a short break, a cup of tea, or noting your accomplishment can make a big difference. Avoid dopamine overload. Constant exposure to high-stimulation activities, such as social media, video games, or junk food, can desensitize dopamine receptors over time. This reduces motivation and the ability to enjoy natural rewards. Structured use of these activities, combined with regular breaks, can prevent overstimulation and maintain the brain's sensitivity to dopamine. Use visualization and anticipation. Dopamine spikes most strongly in anticipation of a reward. Visualizing the completion of a task or imagining the benefits of achieving a goal can increase motivation before you even take action. Athletes, entrepreneurs, and creatives often use this principle to prime their brains for success. Engage in physical and mental exercise. Regular physical activity boosts dopamine production and receptor sensitivity, enhancing energy, mood, and focus. Likewise, challenging your brain with new learning, problem-solving, or creative tasks stimulates dopamine and reinforces neural pathways. Combining physical and mental exercise is particularly effective for sustaining motivation and cognitive performance. Practice mindfulness and stress management. Chronic stress depletes dopamine and impairs receptor function. Mindfulness practices, meditation, deep breathing, and yoga help regulate stress, keeping dopamine pathways balanced. By observing impulses without immediately acting on them, you can reduce compulsive behaviors and maintain motivation for meaningful goals. Implement dopamine fasting strategically. Dopamine fasting, temporarily abstaining from highly stimulating activities, can help reset the brain's reward sensitivity. Short periods without social media, video games, or sugar allow natural dopamine levels to recover, making ordinary rewards more satisfying and reinforcing healthy habits. Optimize sleep and nutrition. High-quality sleep restores dopamine receptor function, while a nutrient-rich diet provides the building blocks for dopamine production. Tyrosine-rich foods, vitamins like B6, and omega-3 fatty acids all support healthy dopamine signaling, ensuring your brain has the tools to maintain motivation and focus. Dopamine is not just a chemical. It's a tool you can harness to shape behavior, reinforce habits, and achieve your goals. By setting clear objectives, celebrating progress, managing overstimulation, and supporting your brain through lifestyle choices, you can turn dopamine into a powerful ally for productivity, well-being, and long-term success. Dopamine is often celebrated as the chemical of motivation, reward, and pleasure. It drives achievement, fuels ambition, and reinforces positive habits. Yet, paradoxically, the very system that empowers human progress can also become a source of vulnerability, leading to addiction, compulsive behaviors, and burnout. Understanding this paradox is key to mastering dopamine's influence on our lives. Motivation and vulnerability. Dopamine's primary role is not to make us feel pleasure. It is to create desire and drive. This anticipatory spike motivates action toward goals, whether that's completing a project, learning a new skill, or pursuing a long-term dream. However, this same mechanism can be hijacked. When artificial or excessive rewards, like drugs, social media, gambling, or processed foods, trigger massive dopamine surges, the brain begins to prioritize these behaviors over natural rewards. This is why seemingly simple pleasures can become compulsive. The system designed to motivate us toward meaningful goals can instead enslave us to short-term gratification. In essence, the chemical that pushes us forward can also pull us off course. The tolerance effect. Repeated overstimulation of dopamine pathways leads to tolerance, a decrease in receptor sensitivity. The same activity that once produced excitement or motivation gradually becomes less effective, requiring higher levels of stimulation to achieve the same effect. This applies to both substances and behaviors. For example, an individual may start with casual social media use but gradually feel compelled to check notifications constantly, chasing the same dopamine rush. The downside of constant motivation. Even natural rewards carry risks. High-achieving individuals who rely heavily on dopamine-driven motivation may find themselves in a state of chronic pursuit. While goal-directed behavior is productive, excessive chasing of outcomes can lead to stress, anxiety, and burnout. The brain's reward system, when overactivated, can paradoxically reduce enjoyment, leaving individuals feeling hollow despite external success. Balance is key. The paradox of dopamine highlights that it is not about more dopamine, but about balanced dopamine activity. Healthy dopamine function requires periods of stimulation and recovery, small achievable rewards, and mindful regulation of habits. Engaging in overly stimulating activities without moderation can desensitize the system, while intentional, goal-directed behaviors with meaningful rewards strengthen motivation without the negative side effects. Practical insights. Moderation matters. Enjoy rewards, but avoid over-reliance on high-stimulation behaviors that flood the system. Structured goals. Break down large goals into smaller, achievable steps to maintain consistent motivation. Recovery periods. Allow your brain to reset through sleep, rest, and temporary breaks from intense stimulation. Mindful awareness. Recognize when desire is being hijacked by short-term rewards rather than meaningful goals. Dopamine is both a driver and a double-edged sword. It can inspire monumental achievements or trap us in cycles of compulsive behavior. By understanding its paradoxical nature, we gain the power to harness dopamine wisely, leveraging its motivational force while protecting ourselves from its potential pitfalls. Mastering this balance is not only a matter of neuroscience but a cornerstone of productivity, mental health, and personal fulfillment. Dopamine is far more than a feel-good chemical. It's the silent architect of human behavior. It fuels our drive to explore, create, and achieve, but it can just as easily trap us in cycles of craving and dissatisfaction. The same system that propels us toward greatness can also, when misused, lead to burnout, addiction, and emotional emptiness. Throughout this journey, we've seen that dopamine's power lies in its anticipation, not pleasure. It motivates us to act, to seek progress, to strive for something beyond the present moment. But when overstimulated through constant digital notifications, junk food, or addictive substances, the brain's reward system becomes distorted. What once felt rewarding begins to lose meaning, and genuine satisfaction fades. The key to mastering dopamine is balance. When we use it intentionally, by setting achievable goals, celebrating small wins, maintaining healthy routines, and allowing periods of rest, we can transform dopamine into a lifelong ally. It becomes a source of clarity, focus, and fulfillment, rather than a relentless pursuit of fleeting highs. True mastery of dopamine isn't about chasing constant excitement. It's about cultivating a rhythm between effort and recovery, stimulation and stillness, pursuit and presence. This balance allows you to stay motivated without becoming enslaved to the next rush of pleasure. In a world designed to hijack your attention and exploit your dopamine system, understanding how this neurotransmitter works gives you the power to reclaim control. You can design your environment, habits, and mindset to work with your biology, not against it. Ultimately, dopamine doesn't have to dominate you, it can empower you. When you learn to guide it with awareness, you gain not only productivity and motivation, but also a deeper sense of satisfaction and peace. Sleep might feel like a single, continuous experience, But beneath the surface, your brain follows a precise and complex architecture, a rhythmic dance between stages that restore both mind and body. Every night, your brain cycles through a sequence of sleep stages, each serving a unique function in resetting, healing, and reorganizing your neural systems. Sleep is divided into two main categories: non-rapid eye movement, NREM, sleep, and rapid eye movement, REM, sleep. NREM itself is broken into three stages, N1, N2, and N3, each one diving progressively deeper into restorative rest. During stage N1, the gateway to sleep, your brain begins to drift away from wakefulness. Alpha and theta brain waves emerge, your muscles relax, and your breathing slows. This light sleep phase lasts only a few minutes but represents the threshold between conscious thought and the dream world. Then comes stage N2, which dominates nearly half of the night. Here, your body temperature drops, heart rate steadies, and brain activity slows dramatically. Sleep spindles, short bursts of brain activity, flash across your neural landscape, protecting your sleep from sudden awakenings and helping your brain consolidate newly learned information. Next is stage N3, or deep slow wave sleep. This is the brain's ultimate recovery phase. Delta waves, the slowest brain waves, take over. Your body releases growth hormones, repairs tissues, and strengthens your immune system. In this stage, your brain performs essential housekeeping, clearing out metabolic waste and restoring its cellular energy balance. Deep sleep is also when you're hardest to wake and when your mind begins to truly reset. Finally, after cycling through these stages, you enter REM sleep, the phase most closely associated with vivid dreams. Here, your brain becomes electrically active again, almost as if awake. Your eyes dart beneath closed lids, and your heart rate and breathing quicken. But your body remains paralyzed to prevent you from acting out your dreams. REM sleep is the creative powerhouse of the night. It integrates emotional memories, strengthens neural connections, and helps regulate mood and imagination. Across an average night, you pass through this full cycle about 4 to 6 times, with each cycle lasting around 90 minutes. Early cycles contain longer periods of deep NREM sleep, while later ones are dominated by extended REM phases. This shifting pattern is no accident. It's your brain's way of sequencing physical restoration first, followed by mental and emotional rejuvenation toward morning. In essence, the architecture of sleep is a symphony. Each stage plays its part in harmonizing your body's biology and your mind's complexity. When this rhythm is disrupted by stress, irregular sleep schedules, or artificial light, the entire process suffers. But when allowed to flow naturally, it becomes one of nature's most elegant systems. A nightly cycle that heals, resets, and prepares your brain for another day of conscious life. While you sleep, your brain isn't idle. It's busy scrubbing itself clean. This nightly detox process is one of the most remarkable discoveries in neuroscience, revealing that sleep acts as the brain's built-in cleaning system. During the day, as your neurons fire, communicate, and process endless streams of information, they produce metabolic waste, chemical byproducts such as beta amyloid and tau proteins. These molecules are harmless in small amounts, but when they build up, they can become toxic. Scientists have found that the accumulation of these same proteins is strongly linked to neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's. So how does the brain prevent that buildup? Through a nightly cleaning ritual that only happens during deep sleep. Enter the glymphatic system, a network of fluid channels that acts like the brain's sanitation crew. Discovered only in the past decade, it operates mainly during sleep. While you rest, your brain cells shrink slightly, creating space between them. This allows cerebrospinal fluid, a clear liquid surrounding your brain and spinal cord, to flow more freely through your neural tissue. As it moves, it washes away accumulated toxins, carrying them out through lymphatic-like pathways to be disposed of by the body. This cleansing process is so efficient that scientists liken it to running a dishwasher cycle for your brain. When you're awake, this system slows down dramatically, focusing instead on managing consciousness, focus, and sensory input. But once you drift into deep, slow-wave sleep, the glymphatic channels open wide and the wash cycle begins, flushing out waste, reducing inflammation, and resetting the brain's internal environment. It's not just physical cleaning, either. This nightly detox also helps regulate the delicate balance of ions and neurotransmitters that control how neurons fire. In other words, sleep doesn't just clean the brain's structure. It resets its chemistry, ensuring your neural circuits can communicate clearly when you wake up. Research shows that even one night of poor sleep can lead to a measurable buildup of beta amyloid in key brain areas. Chronic sleep deprivation, over time, can impair the glymphatic system's efficiency, leaving behind residue that slowly damages brain tissue. This is one reason why long-term sleep loss is linked to memory decline, mood disorders, and cognitive fog. Deep NREM sleep, particularly stage N3, is when this cleansing is at its peak. The slower brain waves and reduced neural activity create the perfect conditions for fluid exchange. Meanwhile, your heart rate and blood pressure drop, supporting the circulation of cerebrospinal fluid through the brain's vast microscopic network. So, when you fall asleep each night, your brain doesn't power down. It powers up in an entirely different way. While your body rests, your brain is literally washing itself clean, removing waste and refreshing its internal systems. It's one of nature's most elegant maintenance routines, a nightly renewal that keeps your mind clear, focused, and ready for another day of consciousness. Sleep doesn't just clear your brain, it also strengthens it. One of the most vital roles of sleep is memory consolidation, the process by which your brain transforms fleeting experiences from the day into lasting knowledge and skills. When you learn something new, whether it's a language, a movement, or an emotional lesson, those experiences are first stored in a fragile, temporary form. Only through sleep do they become stable, integrated, and ready for long-term use. Throughout the day, your brain functions like a sponge, absorbing, encoding, and processing a vast amount of information. But to keep from overflowing, it must decide what's important and what can be forgotten. This sorting process happens primarily during the night, especially across two key sleep stages: deep NREM sleep and REM sleep. During deep NREM sleep, the hippocampus, a small, seahorse-shaped structure in your brain responsible for short-term memory, replays patterns of neural activity from the day. These replay signals are like echoes, reminding the cortex, the brain's outer layer, which information to keep. It's as if the hippocampus is teaching the cortex what it learned, transferring vital data from temporary storage into permanent memory banks. This process strengthens neural pathways, solidifying new information and freeing up the hippocampus for the next day's learning. Then comes REM sleep, the phase associated with vivid dreaming and emotional integration. Here, your brain begins connecting the newly stored information with older memories and emotional experiences. It's during REM that your mind creatively reorganizes knowledge, linking ideas in novel ways, enhancing problem-solving skills, and integrating emotions into memory networks. That's why, after a good night's rest, you often wake up with fresh insights or a new perspective on a challenge. Interestingly, studies have shown that people who sleep shortly after studying perform significantly better on memory tests than those who stay awake. Sleep-deprived individuals not only recall less but also struggle to focus and make connections between concepts. In contrast, well-rested brains demonstrate improved recall, faster learning, and greater creative thinking. Sleep also acts as a filter, helping the brain forget irrelevant or redundant information. This forgetting is not a flaw, it's essential. By pruning unnecessary neural connections, The brain prevents overload and ensures that critical memories remain accessible. In essence, sleep doesn't just store memories, it refines them. Even motor skills, like playing a musical instrument or perfecting a dance move, improve overnight. While you sleep, the brain replays and strengthens the neural circuits involved in those movements, enhancing precision and coordination. So every night, while your body lies still, your brain is hard at work replaying, reorganizing, and refining everything you've experienced. It's training itself, optimizing connections, and sculpting your knowledge base for tomorrow. Sleep is not the opposite of learning, it's the continuation of it. In fact, without sleep, true learning can't occur. When you close your eyes tonight, remember, your dreams aren't just stories. They're the sound of your mind growing stronger. Have you ever noticed how everything feels heavier, louder, and more stressful after a poor night's sleep? That's not just in your head. It's in your brain. One of the most important yet overlooked functions of sleep is emotional regulation. Each night, as you drift through your sleep cycles, your brain recalibrates the systems that manage mood, stress, and emotional response. Without that reset, emotions spiral out of balance, and your mind becomes more reactive, less rational, and far less resilient. The key player here is the amygdala, a small almond-shaped structure deep in your brain responsible for detecting threats and processing fear, anger, and anxiety. When you're sleep-deprived, the amygdala becomes overactive, firing up to 60% more intensely than normal. At the same time, the prefrontal cortex, the rational part of your brain that keeps emotions in check, becomes less responsive. In other words, without sleep, your emotional brakes fail while your stress accelerator gets stuck. During healthy sleep, especially REM sleep, the connection between the amygdala and the prefrontal cortex is restored. This stage of sleep acts like overnight therapy. As you dream, your brain replays emotional experiences from the day, but in a safe, detached state. The stress-related chemicals like norepinephrine that trigger emotional intensity during waking hours are largely absent during REM. This allows the brain to reprocess painful or stressful memories without the emotional sting, helping you to wake up with a calmer, more balanced outlook. It's this nightly emotional cleaning that helps you put things into perspective. After sleep, arguments seem less dramatic, challenges feel more manageable, and small annoyances no longer trigger outsized reactions. Essentially, sleep takes the emotional charge out of yesterday's experiences, turning them into learning instead of trauma. Lack of sleep, however, does the opposite. Studies show that chronic sleep deprivation is closely linked to mood disorders like anxiety, depression, and irritability. When you don't get enough REM sleep, your brain struggles to regulate serotonin and dopamine, the neurotransmitters responsible for happiness and motivation. You become more impulsive, less empathetic, and prone to emotional burnout. Even a single night of poor sleep can distort how you perceive facial expressions, making neutral or friendly faces appear hostile. This misinterpretation increases social tension and stress, creating a feedback loop that further disrupts sleep quality. Over time, your emotional world becomes clouded and unstable. On the other hand, deep and consistent sleep acts as a natural antidepressant. It restores neurotransmitter balance, lowers cortisol, the stress hormone, and reestablishes emotional resilience. It gives your brain the space to process complex feelings, integrate them into long-term memory, and move forward with clarity. So when people say, sleep on it, they're offering more than good advice. They're describing a biological truth. Sleep allows your brain to revisit emotional experiences, strip away the chaos, and reset your mood for a new day. It's your mind's built-in therapy session, happening quietly beneath your dreams. Every day, your brain is flooded with stimulation. New information, emotions, images, and decisions. Each experience leaves a trace in the form of strengthened neural connections, or synapses, between brain cells. While this constant learning and adaptation are essential, it comes with a hidden cost. By the end of the day, your brain synapses are overloaded. They've grown stronger and more numerous, consuming more energy and space. To stay efficient, your brain must reset, and that's where sleep comes in. The synaptic homeostasis hypothesis, proposed by neuroscientists Giulio Tononi and Chiara Sorelli, explains this nightly reset beautifully. During wakefulness, your brain is in a state of expansion. Synaptic connections grow stronger as you absorb new information. But when you sleep, particularly during slow-wave NREM sleep, the brain performs a kind of pruning process, selectively weakening or removing unnecessary synapses while preserving the most important ones. Think of it like clearing out cluttered files on a computer. You keep the essential data, but delete redundant copies so the system can run faster and more efficiently. This pruning doesn't erase what you've learned. It refines it. The result is a brain that's sharper, leaner, and more energy efficient when you wake up. This process is critical for maintaining neural balance. If synaptic growth continued unchecked, your brain would become energetically unsustainable. Stronger synapses require more proteins, more energy, and more space. Without sleep, neurons would eventually become saturated, unable to form new connections, effectively blocking your ability to learn or adapt. By scaling back weaker connections, sleep restores the brain's capacity to learn again the next day. During deep NREM sleep, the brain's slow electrical oscillations, delta waves, act as a synchronizing rhythm, guiding this pruning process. It's as if the brain hums in a low, steady frequency, scanning through neural circuits to decide which connections to preserve and which to release. Meanwhile, vital memories, the ones that matter, are strengthened through replay and integration into long-term storage. This nightly editing process also enhances focus and creativity. By removing irrelevant noise and unnecessary connections, your brain becomes better at distinguishing what's meaningful from what's trivial. That's why problems often seem simpler after a good night's rest. The clutter has been cleared, allowing clarity and insight to emerge. When this synaptic recalibration doesn't happen, for instance, after sleep deprivation, the brain becomes noisy and inefficient. Studies show that neurons fire more erratically, memory recall weakens, and cognitive performance drops. Essentially, your brain gets stuck in overdrive, unable to reset. Sleep, then, is not simply a rest period, it's a neurological reboot. It fine-tunes your connections, refreshes your cognitive bandwidth, and restores equilibrium to your mental landscape. Each night, while you rest, your brain is hard at work trimming, reorganizing, and optimizing itself, pressing the reset button that prepares you to think, learn, and feel with renewed clarity in the morning. Every thought, emotion, and movement in your life is powered by an invisible network of chemical messengers called neurotransmitters. These molecules, such as serotonin, dopamine, norepinephrine, acetylcholine, and GABA, control how neurons communicate. They shape your mood, motivation, focus, and even your ability to sleep itself. But like every system in the brain, neurotransmitters need balance. When they're overused or depleted, mental and emotional stability falters. This is where sleep performs one of its most vital and underrated roles, resetting your brain's chemistry. Throughout the day, your neurotransmitters are in constant motion. Dopamine keeps you alert and motivated. Norepinephrine sharpens your focus in moments of stress. Serotonin stabilizes mood, and acetylcholine supports learning and attention. Yet as hours pass, these chemical systems become fatigued. Neurotransmitter levels drop or become imbalanced, leading to irritability, poor concentration, and emotional instability. When you fall asleep, your brain begins a remarkable act of chemical rebalancing. During deep NREM sleep, the production and sensitivity of neurotransmitters are reset. For instance, GABA, gamma-aminobutyric acid, the brain's main inhibitory neurotransmitter, floods neural circuits, reducing overall activity and allowing neurons to rest. This calm, synchronized state restores the balance between excitation and inhibition that's crucial for mental clarity and self-control. As the night progresses into REM sleep, the neurochemical landscape shifts dramatically. Levels of norepinephrine and serotonin drop to nearly zero, while acetylcholine rises sharply. This creates a unique chemical environment unlike any other time of day, one that allows vivid dreaming and emotional integration to occur without external stress signals. Essentially, REM sleep gives your brain a chemical reset, temporarily silencing the stress circuits and allowing emotional and cognitive restoration to unfold freely. This delicate dance between neurotransmitters during the night helps restore harmony to your waking mind. When you wake up refreshed, it's because serotonin levels have normalized, dopamine circuits have been replenished, and stress-related chemicals have returned to baseline. The result is improved mood, sharper focus, and a more stable emotional state. Chronic sleep deprivation, however, disrupts this chemical harmony. When you don't get enough rest, serotonin and dopamine levels plummet, leading to depression, anxiety, and reduced motivation. At the same time, norepinephrine, the fight-or-flight chemical, stays elevated, keeping the brain in a prolonged stress response. Over time, this imbalance can erode emotional regulation, decision-making, and overall brain health. Sleep also supports the brain's neuroplasticity, its ability to adapt and rewire, by ensuring neurotransmitters like acetylcholine and glutamate function properly. Without regular restoration, the delicate balance of excitation and inhibition in neural networks collapses, resulting in foggy thinking and erratic behavior. Sleep is your brain's nightly chemical tune-up. It recalibrates the flow of neurotransmitters, clears away overstimulation, and ensures that your emotions, focus, and motivation are in sync. Without it, the brain becomes chemically chaotic. But with deep, consistent sleep, your inner world regains balance, allowing you to wake not just rested, but chemically renewed and mentally aligned. Every thought, emotion, and movement in your life is powered by an invisible network of chemical messengers called neurotransmitters. These molecules, such as serotonin, dopamine, norepinephrine, acetylcholine, and GABA, control how neurons communicate. They shape your mood, motivation, focus, and even your ability to sleep itself. But like every system in the brain, neurotransmitters need balance. When they're overused or depleted, mental and emotional stability falters. This is where sleep performs one of its most vital and underrated roles, resetting your brain's chemistry. Throughout the day, your neurotransmitters are in constant motion. Dopamine keeps you alert and motivated. Norepinephrine sharpens your focus in moments of stress. Serotonin stabilizes mood, and acetylcholine supports learning and attention. Yet as hours pass, these chemical systems become fatigued. Neurotransmitter levels drop or become imbalanced, leading to irritability, poor concentration, and emotional instability. When you fall asleep, your brain begins a remarkable act of chemical rebalancing. During deep NREM sleep, the production and sensitivity of neurotransmitters are reset. For instance, GABA, gamma-aminobutyric acid, the brain's main inhibitory neurotransmitter, floods neural circuits, reducing overall activity and allowing neurons to rest. This calm, synchronized state restores the balance between excitation and inhibition that's crucial for mental clarity and self-control. As the night progresses into REM sleep, the neurochemical landscape shifts dramatically. Levels of norepinephrine and serotonin drop to nearly zero, while acetylcholine rises sharply. This creates a unique chemical environment unlike any other time of day, one that allows vivid dreaming and emotional integration to occur without external stress signals. Essentially, REM sleep gives your brain a chemical reset, temporarily silencing the stress circuits and allowing emotional and cognitive restoration to unfold freely. This delicate dance between neurotransmitters during the night helps restore harmony to your waking mind. When you wake up refreshed, it's because serotonin levels have normalized, dopamine circuits have been replenished, and stress-related chemicals have returned to baseline. The result is improved mood, sharper focus, and a more stable emotional state. Chronic sleep deprivation, however, disrupts this chemical harmony. When you don't get enough rest, serotonin and dopamine levels plummet, leading to depression, anxiety, and reduced motivation. At the same time, norepinephrine, the fight or flight chemical, stays elevated, keeping the brain in a prolonged stress response. Over time, this imbalance can erode emotional regulation, decision-making, and overall brain health. Sleep also supports the brain's neuroplasticity, its ability to adapt and rewire, by ensuring neurotransmitters like acetylcholine and glutamate function properly. Without regular restoration, the delicate balance of excitation and inhibition in neural networks collapses, resulting in foggy thinking and erratic behavior. Sleep is your brain's nightly chemical tune-up. It recalibrates the flow of neurotransmitters, clears away overstimulation, and ensures that your emotions, focus, and motivation are in sync. Without it, the brain becomes chemically chaotic. But with deep, consistent sleep, your inner world regains balance, allowing you to wake not just rested, but chemically renewed and mentally aligned. Sleep is not just about quantity, it's also about timing. Our brains and bodies operate according to circadian rhythms, internal biological clocks that regulate sleep-wake cycles, hormone release, body temperature, and countless other physiological processes. These rhythms are orchestrated by a tiny structure in the brain called the suprachiasmatic nucleus, SCN, located in the hypothalamus, which synchronizes our internal time with the natural light-dark cycle of the environment. Understanding circadian rhythms is key to grasping how sleep resets the brain and why consistent timing matters as much as duration. Circadian rhythms dictate when you feel alert and when you feel sleepy, guiding the release of critical hormones like melatonin, which signals the body that it's time to rest, and cortisol, which promotes wakefulness in the morning. In a well-aligned system, melatonin levels rise in the evening as light fades, helping the brain transition smoothly into NREM and REM sleep cycles. Cortisol peaks in the early morning, gently nudging the brain and body awake, alert, and ready to process information. This hormonal ebb and flow ensures that the brain undergoes deep, restorative sleep at the right times, maximizing detoxification, memory consolidation, emotional regulation, and synaptic homeostasis. Disruption of circadian rhythms, caused by irregular sleep schedules, late-night screen exposure, or shift work, can significantly impair the brain's ability to reset. When sleep occurs at the wrong time, deep NREM sleep may be shortened, REM sleep cycles may be fragmented, and neurotransmitter rebalancing may be incomplete. Over time, misaligned circadian rhythms increase the risk of mood disorders, cognitive decline, and metabolic problems, highlighting the critical link between timing and brain health. Circadian rhythms also influence learning and memory. Research shows that cognitive performance fluctuates throughout the day according to these internal clocks. Aligning study or practice sessions with peak circadian alertness can enhance memory encoding, while sleep that aligns with the natural circadian rhythm optimizes memory consolidation. In other words, it's not just about how long you sleep, it's about sleeping when your brain is biologically primed for restoration. Environmental cues, known as Zeitgebers, play a vital role in keeping circadian rhythms synchronized. The most powerful cue is light. Morning sunlight strengthens alertness and reinforces the internal clock, while dim or red lighting in the evening encourages melatonin release. Other factors, such as meal timing, exercise, and social interactions, also help regulate rhythms, supporting the brain's nightly reset processes. Circadian rhythms are the brain's scheduling system, ensuring that every stage of sleep occurs at the optimal time. By aligning our sleep habits with these natural cycles, we maximize the restorative power of the night, cleaning toxins, consolidating memories, balancing emotions, and preserving cognitive flexibility. Sleep, when timed correctly, becomes not just a pause, but a synchronized biological reset, preparing the brain for peak performance and resilience each day. Sleep is not only vital for daily cognitive performance, it also plays a crucial role in protecting the brain over the long term. Increasing research shows that consistent, high-quality sleep is a powerful defense against neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, and other forms of dementia. Every night, while you rest, your brain engages in processes that actively preserve neural health, prevent toxic buildup, and maintain cognitive resilience. One of the primary mechanisms for this protection is the glymphatic system, a specialized network of fluid channels in the brain that becomes highly active during deep NREM sleep. This system functions as a biological cleaning service, flushing out harmful waste products, including beta-amyloid and tau proteins, which are strongly associated with Alzheimer's disease. During wakefulness, neurons are tightly packed, limiting the flow of cerebrospinal fluid needed for cleaning. But in deep sleep, brain cells shrink slightly, creating space for the fluid to circulate freely and remove accumulated toxins. Sleep also maintains the health of synapses, the communication junctions between neurons. Synaptic homeostasis, pruning unnecessary connections while strengthening important ones, reduces metabolic strain on neurons and prevents overstimulation. By keeping neural networks balanced and efficient, sleep protects against the structural damage that can lead to cognitive decline over decades. Memory consolidation, another critical function of sleep, indirectly shields the brain from neurodegeneration. Deep NREM sleep transfers information from the hippocampus to the cortex, creating long-term memory storage, while REM sleep integrates emotional experiences and procedural knowledge. This ongoing reinforcement of neural pathways strengthens cognitive reserve, the brain's ability to compensate for age-related changes or injury. A robust cognitive reserve has been linked to a lower risk of dementia and slower cognitive decline in aging populations. Emotional regulation during sleep also contributes to neuroprotection. REM sleep helps modulate stress hormones like cortisol and restores balance to neurotransmitters such as serotonin and dopamine. Chronic stress is a known contributor to neurodegenerative conditions, so by resetting emotional circuits nightly, sleep indirectly lowers long-term risk. Conversely, chronic sleep deprivation disrupts these protective mechanisms. Studies show that even a single night of poor sleep can increase beta-amyloid levels, while prolonged sleep loss accelerates the progression of cognitive impairment. People with disrupted or insufficient sleep are more likely to experience memory decline, mood disorders, and age-related neurodegenerative changes. Sleep is your brain's natural defense system. Each night, through toxin clearance, synaptic optimization, memory consolidation, and emotional recalibration, your brain fortifies itself against the wear and tear of daily life and the long-term threat of neurodegeneration. Prioritizing consistent, high-quality sleep is not just a lifestyle choice. It is one of the most effective strategies to maintain lifelong brain health and resilience. Sleep is not only vital for daily cognitive performance, it also plays a crucial role in protecting the brain over the long term. Increasing research shows that consistent, high-quality sleep is a powerful defense against neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, and other forms of dementia. Every night, while you rest, your brain engages in processes that actively preserve neural health, prevent toxic buildup, and maintain cognitive resilience. One of the primary mechanisms for this protection is the glymphatic system, a specialized network of fluid channels in the brain that becomes highly active during deep NREM sleep. This system functions as a biological cleaning service, flushing out harmful waste products, including beta-amyloid and tau proteins, which are strongly associated with Alzheimer's disease. During wakefulness, neurons are tightly packed, limiting the flow of cerebrospinal fluid needed for cleaning. But in deep sleep, brain cells shrink slightly, creating space for the fluid to circulate freely and remove accumulated toxins. Sleep also maintains the health of synapses, the communication junctions between neurons. Synaptic homeostasis, pruning unnecessary connections while strengthening important ones, reduces metabolic strain on neurons and prevents overstimulation. By keeping neural networks balanced and efficient, sleep protects against the structural damage that can lead to cognitive decline over decades. Memory consolidation, another critical function of sleep, indirectly shields the brain from neurodegeneration. Deep NREM sleep transfers information from the hippocampus to the cortex, creating long-term memory storage, while REM sleep integrates emotional experiences and procedural knowledge. This ongoing reinforcement of neural pathways strengthens cognitive reserve, the brain's ability to compensate for age-related changes or injury. A robust cognitive reserve has been linked to a lower risk of dementia and slower cognitive decline in aging populations. Emotional regulation during sleep also contributes to neuroprotection. REM sleep helps modulate stress hormones like cortisol and restores balance to neurotransmitters such as serotonin and dopamine. Chronic stress is a known contributor to neurodegenerative conditions, so by resetting emotional circuits nightly, sleep indirectly lowers long-term risk. Conversely, chronic sleep deprivation disrupts these protective mechanisms. Studies show that even a single night of poor sleep can increase beta-amyloid levels, while prolonged sleep loss accelerates the progression of cognitive impairment. People with disrupted or insufficient sleep are more likely to experience memory decline, mood disorders, and age-related neurodegenerative changes. Sleep is your brain's natural defense system. Each night, through toxin clearance, synaptic optimization, memory consolidation, and emotional recalibration, your brain fortifies itself against the wear and tear of daily life and the long-term threat of neurodegeneration. Prioritizing consistent, high-quality sleep is not just a lifestyle choice. It is one of the most effective strategies to maintain lifelong brain health and resilience. Sleep is not only vital for daily cognitive performance, it also plays a crucial role in protecting the brain over the long term. Increasing research shows that consistent, high-quality sleep is a powerful defense against neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, and other forms of dementia. Every night, while you rest, your brain engages in processes that actively preserve neural health, prevent toxic buildup, and maintain cognitive resilience. One of the primary mechanisms for this protection is the glymphatic system, a specialized network of fluid channels in the brain that becomes highly active during deep NREM sleep. This system functions as a biological cleaning service, flushing out harmful waste products, including beta-amyloid and tau proteins, which are strongly associated with Alzheimer's disease. During wakefulness, neurons are tightly packed, limiting the flow of cerebrospinal fluid needed for cleaning. But in deep sleep, brain cells shrink slightly, creating space for the fluid to circulate freely and remove accumulated toxins. Sleep also maintains the health of synapses, the communication junctions between neurons. Synaptic homeostasis, pruning unnecessary connections while strengthening important ones, reduces metabolic strain on neurons, and prevents overstimulation. By keeping neural networks balanced and efficient, sleep protects against the structural damage that can lead to cognitive decline over decades. Memory consolidation, another critical function of sleep, indirectly shields the brain from neurodegeneration. Deep NREM sleep transfers information from the hippocampus to the cortex, creating long-term memory storage, while REM sleep integrates emotional experiences and procedural knowledge. This ongoing reinforcement of neural pathways strengthens cognitive reserve, the brain's ability to compensate for age-related changes or injury. A robust cognitive reserve has been linked to a lower risk of dementia and slower cognitive decline in aging populations. Emotional regulation during sleep also contributes to neuroprotection. REM sleep helps modulate stress hormones like cortisol and restores balance to neurotransmitters such as serotonin and dopamine. Chronic stress is a known contributor to neurodegenerative conditions. So by resetting emotional circuits nightly, sleep indirectly lowers long-term risk. Conversely, chronic sleep deprivation disrupts these protective mechanisms. Studies show that even a single night of poor sleep can increase beta-amyloid levels, while prolonged sleep loss accelerates the progression of cognitive impairment. People with disrupted or insufficient sleep are more likely to experience memory decline, mood disorders, and age-related neurodegenerative changes. Sleep is your brain's natural defense system. Each night, through toxin clearance, synaptic optimization, memory consolidation, and emotional recalibration, your brain fortifies itself against the wear and tear of daily life and the long-term threat of neurodegeneration. Prioritizing consistent, high-quality sleep is not just a lifestyle choice. It is one of the most effective strategies to maintain lifelong brain health and resilience. Every night, while you sleep, your brain performs a miraculous act of renewal. It cleanses itself of toxins, restores neurotransmitter balance, strengthens memory, and resets your emotional and cognitive systems for the day ahead. Far from being passive, sleep is an active, dynamic process that safeguards mental clarity, emotional stability, and long-term neurological health. But when you neglect sleep, whether by choice or circumstance, you interrupt these essential maintenance cycles. The result is not just fatigue, but a gradual erosion of focus, mood, and memory that can lead to lasting cognitive decline. The science is clear. Sleep is the brain's reset button, and honoring it is one of the most powerful forms of self-care. By aligning your lifestyle with your natural rhythms, managing stress, and protecting your sleep environment, you give your brain the time it needs to cleanse, recalibrate, and prepare for growth. So tonight, when you close your eyes, remember, your brain isn't shutting down. It's coming alive in ways that keep you balanced, resilient, and truly awake to life.